never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The devastating U.S. strike on Fordo destroyed the site's critical infrastructure.
President Trump says he believes the conflict between Iran and Israel is over.
It was a 12-day war, and we think it's over. I don't think they're going to be going back at each other. I don't think so.
While speaking at the NATO summit in the Netherlands today, Trump says both nations were tired of the fighting and added he thinks the war ended when the U.S. carried out strikes on Iran. The president says he believes Iran is done trying to create nuclear weapons, and the U.S. could have taken over Iran's oil supply, but he says the country will need the money to get back on its feet. The Trump administration says it will limit the sharing of classified information with Congress. Republican Congressman Michael McCall of Texas does not like that idea.
We make the laws here. We're entitled to the classified information. The Intelligence, National Security Committees.
McCall chairs the House Foreign Affairs and Homeland Security Committees. Fox News reports the announcement comes on the heels of a leaked U.S. intel analysis claiming that Iran's nuclear program was only set back months, not years. McCall is speculating that the leak did not come from Congress, noting most leaks he's seen have come from the executive branch. Nearly 2 million student loan borrowers are at risk of getting their wages garnished this summer.
TransUnion reports 6 million borrowers are classified as newly delinquent as of April, meaning a borrower is 90 days behind on their payments. About a third of those newly delinquent could enter default as soon as July. Delinquency could lead to getting your paycheck garnished and withheld tax refunds. I'm at Mattinson.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 106 points. The S&P 500 fell by less than a point. The NASDAQ gained 61 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Speaker Mike Johnson asserts the War Powers Act is unconstitutional.
Johnson says he's persuaded by the argument of the act itself is unconstitutional. The Speaker of the House is pushing back against lawmakers in both parties who are invoking the law to block President Trump from further military action in Iran. Johnson has already rejected calls to stage a vote on a bipartisan War Powers resolution and argues that Congress's input is unnecessary. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
California's on the clock to change the rules when it comes to who can play what sports.
The U.S. Department of Education says that California violated Title IX by allowing biological males to play in girls' sports. The announcement comes after a transgender athlete won several events at the high school state finals in track and field in Fresno. Feds are giving the State Department of Education and California Interscholastic Federation 10 days to change their policies or face legal action. I'm Jason Campidonia.
Vice President J.D. Vance is joking that critics of the Trump administration have a unique way of telling them how they really feel. During a Republican fundraising dinner in his home state of Ohio, Vance threw up the middle finger.
In Washington, D.C., they have this thing where I think it means we're number one in Washington, D.C., but all the pink-haired people throw up this sign. You know, that means we're number one, right? I choose to take that as that symbol in Washington.
Vance's gesture came the same day that President Trump used an expletive while speaking about Iran and Israel. I'm Anthony Lucero, and you've been listening to USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Alrighty then. Well, would you looky there? Looks like we crossed over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. So here we go. A new day coming your way. From time zone to time zone, we will turn the page on the calendar Where are we at? 26th day of June. How about that? We're now a week and a day away from Independence Day. Wow. Summertime, in other words, in full swing. So welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Another warm night outside the secret bunker. Looks like our heat advisories continue for maybe one more day. We begin to see some relief finally coming into play, as we no longer see the excessive heat warnings up and down the eastern seaboard. Still some heat advisories for the day ahead, stretching all the way down from North Carolina up into southern portions of Pennsylvania. But we will see some changes as far as stormy weather is concerned. Yes, indeed, we do have some showers and thunderstorms, some of which are reaching severe levels in the southeast. And we'll see more of that developing in areas on the northern periphery of our heat dome that's been baking the east all week long. Yeah, what we see in the southeast is, primarily portions of Georgia there, central and southeastern Georgia. Some of these storms, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail is what we're seeing at this hour. There's a big cluster there in eastern Georgia and western into central portions of South Carolina. Some of those storms rolling into the Columbia, South Carolina area. Meanwhile, from there, it's pretty much high and dry until we get up into the Great Lakes region. A lot of rain tonight from the UP of Michigan down toward Madison, Wisconsin. More showers and thunderstorms. Western South Dakota, separate batches, eastern and western portions of Nebraska tonight. But I guess the bigger news, the greater news, is temperatures finally begin to throttle back as the showers and thunderstorms return to the mix, in many cases where the temperatures in recent days have been within a few degrees of 100. Highs closer to 90 for the latter portions of the week here. Some will see highs back into the 80s. Where the highs were in the middle to upper 90s in the first few days of the week, 80s will be more common toward the end of the week. Some may have a couple days with highs in the 70s. A dramatic difference. They're referencing it's a rather rare backdoor cool front that's going to be dropping southward from New England down into parts of the mid-Atlantic during the latter parts of the week here, cutting temperatures from 20 to as much as 40 degrees in some cases. Now, how about Boston, for example? You hit 102 degrees officially on Tuesday. Hit the mid-90s Wednesday morning. Temperatures there have begun to slip back into the 80s this past afternoon. You'll be no higher than the 60s here for Thursday and Friday behind that front. What a difference. A similar story for New York City. Highs around the century mark Tuesday, followed by highs in the 70s for Thursday and Friday. There you go. At first, the extreme heat continues to settle southward, but it's going to gradually kind of disappear, allowing more. We're going to be more where we would typically be this time of year in the early days of summer, which means we will see as well more thunderstorm activity rising up throughout the central and eastern portions of the country. Yeah, some of these storms will be on the severe side. A complete pattern flip will be evolving in the southeast. We'll see an eruption of showers and thunderstorms on a nearly daily basis for some locations. That will raise the risk for flash flooding, downpours, localized damaging winds, especially from the Carolinas to southeastern Georgia. Some of the storms areas we're seeing as we speak tonight. Now, that also means that some of the areas on the rim of the heat dome that were getting clobbered by storms, daily storms, should finally begin to see a break from the downpours and severe weather there. But in the southeast, a little more detail. After the peak heat over the southeast, we're going to transition to a pattern that favors an increase of those showers and thunderstorms as we roll into the early days of July. There's even a remote possibility for some tropical activity near the Gulf or the Atlantic coastal areas. But the blistering heat dome that's been building since last week from the middle of the country to the mid-Atlantic, we peaked out on Tuesday. Things, as we mentioned, are gradually weakening toward the end of the week. All right, where those downpours in the southeast tend to linger for several days or repeat over multiple days, greater potential for more widespread flash flooding. Other than your localized downpours, sometimes when a summertime dip in the jet stream lingers near the Gulf or the southwestern Atlantic, it can indeed lead to some gradual tropical development. It's far from a guarantee at this point in time, but forecasters are going to be watching for the central and eastern Gulf Coast as well as the southern Atlantic coast. First, an area of low pressure would have to form over the warm water or right along the coast. And next, it would have to linger long enough to begin producing those winds and a defined circulation. Should that happen, we could see a tropical depression born. AccuWeather forecasters have kind of outlined a stretch of the southeastern U.S. coast where there could be some tropical rainstorm activity, at the very least during the early days of July here. There is currently no low pressure area. The jet stream dip has not yet formed, but confidence in the latter with increasingly persistent downpours and gusty thunderstorms, that would have to occur first. But even without tropical development here into early July, rough conditions can develop along some of the beaches, a possibility of some water spouts for boaters to be on the lookout for, including around the July 4 holiday weekend, when millions of people, of course, this time of year, head to the beaches along the Gulf Coast and all up and down the eastern seaboard. It's going to feel like a steam bath where those clouds develop. Those areas tend to have higher temperatures, but the nighttime remains especially muggy. As much of the southeast experiences the uptick in shower and thunderstorm activity in the waning days of June, high pressure off the Atlantic coast may exert enough influence to hold back rainfall for much of the Carolinas for a time this weekend. Storms will affect much of the Carolinas between now and Friday. Quick look at our travelers' weather around the country. It's been relatively quiet over the western portions of the USA. That continues to be the case tonight. Once we get out of those showers in South Dakota and western Nebraska, a little bit of shower activity in southeast Colorado as well. Pretty much high and dry, not much of anything showing up on the radar with much more comfortable temperatures. It's been a fairly pleasant week for many folks out west. All right, kick things off here. Philly Dan is back with us tonight. He says, good morning. Hope it's not as hot today. Well, as we just shared, you've got some relief coming your way. I think AccuWeather will grant your wish there, Philly Dan. Hope you've had a good week, though. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour showtime on this eve of Friday. Yes, it is. 77 degrees again. Harrison, Ohio, clear skies. All systems are go for launch of the overnight drive. The main engines have started. The FR3 antenna is up. The Stiction Eliminator power mic is on. It is 844-844-3388. The sequence code to enter. Hit those digits. Snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Oh, by the way, Orange Tang is on the menu to quench your thirst during liftoff. The play-by-play action brought to you by Philip. Are you with me? That was pretty cool having Philip on board with us last evening. It was actually the launch of the Axiom rocket. I had pulled up and shared some of the audio, if you weren't with us, of the live launch about 2:30 a.m. Eastern time. But Yeah, there Philip was, headed into work, and he was visually giving us the play-by-play as the launch was headed toward the International Space Station. Hello, Marianne is in the house. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Got a heat advisory till Friday at 8 p.m. All right, good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down and be safe. Philip, Northwest Illinois, on board. Good evening, 76 degrees. Clear skies here in Northwest Illinois. Tank checks in. Happy Thursday. 90 degrees somewhere out here in the California desert. We're pointed east toward the home 20 via Memphis, Tennessee. All right, back and forth you guys go every week. Those long runs. Everybody truck safe and have a blessed day. Good morning from the Mile High City. From Brett, 64 degrees. Little rain tonight. Tonight is my Friday. Yeah, going to do some hiking in the mountains this weekend if it's not too hot. Yeah, it looks like it's probably going to get up to about 95 for a high Saturday. That's warm. Thanks to all the first responders out there keeping us safe 24/7 and all the overnight workers keeping the world turning. There's Gary Montgomery. Jeff checks in from Florida. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Jerry, hope everybody has a great day. Thank you to Hotshot Secret for keeping the Steve Sommers overnight drive on the airways for us to enjoy. Tell them you love them every chance you get. There's Shorty, I-95 southbound, Savannah, Georgia, 84 degrees at this hour. It is Orlando turnaround number 2. Well, we did indeed finally make up the 6 hours we got behind being broke down. Coming through South Carolina, it was storming, rainy, windy, a lot of lightning. All right, safe travels out there, Shorty. It is 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive underway on a Thursday.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Looks like Uncle Chops in the house. Good morning. Hello, Steve, the overnight crew. All the listeners out there. Let's see, Dave checking in, a.k.a. the Beach Bum. Morning, Steve. Beach Bum headed up to Valdosta, then back to Tampa. What do you see? Captain Ron and I ran, I guess, through a tornado down here in Clearwater last night. All right, I have to do some checking on that. Okay. Everybody pulled through, right? Hello from Woodstock, Georgia. James checking in. These storms are suddenly popping up out of nowhere all around me here tonight, the past hour or so. All right, that was the forecast. More showers and thunderstorms popping up in the southeast. All right, kick off some industry headlines as we get a new day underway. The American Transportation Research Institute will start right there, releasing an updated compendium of state, county, and city idling regulations to help you stay compliant. They released the updated listing of idling regulations this past day. So it's free information on the maximum idling time, which varies from place to place around the country. Some have exemptions. Of course, the fines for violations. For 20 years, the American Transportation Research Institute has been providing this information on various idling regulations that limit, as we know, how long commercial vehicles can idle. All right, we continue to monitor for the developing of idling regulations all around the country. It's a free service to help trucking companies and drivers comply with what is the myriad of state and local regulations. All right, next on the list, over 1,000 drivers have lost their commercial driver's licenses for good as part of a long-standing Border Patrol program. Wednesday of this week, or Tuesday, I guess it was, Customs and Border Protection announced that 1,053 CDLs have been canceled since the inception of the Laredo Sector Border Patrol's Texas Hold'em initiative. It's been ongoing for a number of years. Of those cancellations, 848 CDLs were canceled due to human smuggling cases. 205 CDLs canceled for narcotic smuggling cases. This year, so far, 141 CDLs have been successfully canceled as part of this program. Texas Hold'em, the Texas Hold'em program, uses state law to permanently revoke the CDL of any person convicted on felony smuggling, transportation charges while operating a commercial vehicle. With an increase in communication and shared information between law enforcement agencies and transportation stakeholders, it's been a great success for the program. Also, as part of the Texas Hold'em program, border agents conduct weekly educational outreach to the transportation industry, freight forwarding agencies, brokers, commercial drivers. Citizens are encouraged to report any suspicious activity to the U.S. Border Patrol. Of course, you can remain anonymous. They've got the toll-free number set up there. But yeah, okay, as far as toll-free, our number, 844-844-3388. Beach Bum, give us a full report. Tornado in Clearwater last night?
Steve, I'm telling you what, I got up at 7 o'clock last night, and I heard the thunder and lightning out, and, I mean, the sky turned, dark. Black as can be. And, we got some size hail, winds, probably 40, 50 miles an hour. Mm-hmm. And on Channel 13, the Fox station down here, it showed the tornado down here in Clearwater where it took a mobile home and stood it up on its end.
Wow.
Now, Captain Ron just lives south of me a little bit, and I don't know if he'd got a little more damage than what we got, but, we had some trees, branches come down, and it was a little hectic there for a little while.
Scary, yeah. Was there anybody, as far as the mobile home, were there people inside that were...
That I don't know. I saw it on TV, and then of course I was getting ready and to walk out the door.
Yeah.
But what was funny, Steve, is Pinellas County is kind of like a little island, and I drive into Tampa, But as soon as you crossed the county line from Pinellas County into Hillsborough was completely dry. No rain, no nothing. It was just, I think it come up from the south, along Tampa Bay and right over Pinellas County, and it let loose.
How about that? Yeah.
Yeah. But, I just wanted to, let you know what was going on and everything. But yeah, that was wicked. I mean, I haven't seen a storm like that in a long time, and I've lived here all my life, except for the number of years that I lived in Ohio. And, but yeah, that was a whopper. Really was.
Scary stuff, huh? Summertime. But you guys, it's pretty common, right? You get those pop-up thunder showers almost on a daily basis right about this time of year, don't you?
Steve, for some reason, this summer, we've gotten more rain in the summertime than we've had in a long time. For some reason, I don't know if it's because of the Sahara dust. It has something to do with the weather pattern or the way the storms roll in. But we have been getting rain and rain and rain just about every day. Wow. And, which is good because we need it. But, remember last year when I came back down home,
I'm sorry, Beach Bum. We got to pause there, but in a news break, we'll be right back.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The devastating U.S. strike on Fordo destroyed the site's critical infrastructure.
President Trump says he believes the conflict between Iran and Israel is over.
It was a 12-day war, and we think it's over. I don't think they're going to be going back at each other. I don't think so.
While speaking at the NATO summit in the Netherlands today, Trump says both nations were tired of the fighting and added he thinks the war ended when the U.S. carried out strikes on Iran. The president says he believes Iran is done trying to create nuclear weapons, and the U.S. could have taken over Iran's oil supply, but he says the country will need the money to get back on its feet.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 106 points. The S&P 500 fell by less than 8 points. The Nasdaq gained 61 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. Do that, because we've got a brand new day rolling our way as we head toward the weekend. Of course, next week, a very busy week. Travelers hitting the highways. A lot of folks are going to make it a full week's vacation, with Independence Day being on a Friday, no less. But back to the beach bump. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, Steve. So I know Captain Ron's about 30 miles north of me here, so I don't know. I think the tornado was more down towards his way. I don't know. Maybe he can call in later and give his opinion on it. But other than that, just wanted to thank you for your hard work and dedication for us out here, keeping us awake, and have a good show.
Hey, I appreciate you checking in. Thanks for the full report. I don't think I've seen Captain Ron check in yet this morning via Facebook, which he oftentimes does. Is Captain Ron in the house this morning? Hello from, we did say hello to James there. Yeah, Woodstock, Georgia, with some of the showers, thunderstorms. Dale, good morning from the home 20, Peebles, Ohio, checking in. Meanwhile, as we gear up for, indeed, what is going to be a very, very busy travel period. Some 72 million expected to travel over what they call the Independence Day week. It's technically 2 weekends, as I just mentioned, because Independence Day falling on a Friday. The Ohio Trucking Association reminding motorists to treat semi-trucks with respect. Now, this in the wake of that horrific fiery wreck that involved a reckless pickup truck and the fuel tanker over the past weekend near Columbus, Ohio. The reckless pickup driver crashing into the tanker truck that was hauling fuel as he was weaving through traffic, ultimately causing a large explosion. Miraculously, the truck driver managed to escape in stable condition. The pickup truck just kept on rolling. Later abandoned the vehicle, and the motorist is actually still at large, they tell us. Steve Bell says it looked like the kind of thing you'd see in war movies. Witnessing the thick black smoke, the explosion after explosion inside the fireball that was across both lanes and the entire underside of the bridge. Flames too, 300 yards in the air. It was huge, he says. Now, regardless of the load, a sudden lane change or being cut off can destabilize a large, high-profile vehicle like a tanker. according to the president and CEO of the Ohio Trucking Association. Here is the key, though. In most cases, it's not the truckers causing the accidents, it's the passenger vehicle making critical errors. FMCSA data shows that 5,526 commercial vehicles were involved in crashes in Ohio in 2024. The stopping distance for a fully loaded truck is nearly 3 football fields at highway speeds to get down to zero. The technology's gotten better as the brakes have got better, but still it's about reaction time. It takes a considerable amount of time to do when you're hauling about 60,000 pounds. Yeah, you're talking about a vehicle that's over 60 feet long. Mirrors don't pick up everything. If you're beside a truck, you may very well be in a blind spot. So the Ohio Trucking Association working to push public awareness as far as helping to keep the roads safer. Just operating efficiently around vehicles, not cutting them off. Give them plenty of warning. Use your turn signals. Those are all great habits for the motorists out there. But again, there's going to be a lot of crazies out on the roads here in the coming days. Let me see. Gilligan checking in. Morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, clear. It's a warm night. Dublin, Virginia. 76 degrees at this hour. There's Jerry at 77 degrees. Some storms moving across central Alabama near Montgomery from the east. A lot of thunder and lightning. All right. Thanks for the heads up there. He said, love the show. John, Mr. Taylor, thank you, Steve Sommers, and the overnight drive. Godspeed to you and your followers. All's well on the confluence of the 70, 99, 80, 50. That sounds like a spaghetti junction kind of thing there, John, right? All right, 75 degrees, respectively. Now we put out the back signal. Cap and Ron in the house.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that back signal. Yeah, I was just going to expand a little bit on Beach Bum's report. The news said that it didn't actually touch down, but there was a lot of debris, and that trailer house that he was talking about got captured on somebody's ring camera underneath their carport, and I don't think that carport budged at all. And there was a golf cart by that trailer that had stood up on its end and just sat it back down. The golf cart didn't move, or it was really weird. But yeah, the place that the doorbell camera was at didn't look like it was even in the wind, but it was about a mile and a half from my house as the crow flies.
That's pretty close.
We've been having these bad pop-up storms in the evening, afternoon, evening, but we haven't had this pattern in a long time. I don't know when, because it used to be, drier than a popcorn fart.
Yeah.
I think I've said that before in the past, in June. But Sunday, there was a couple of water spouts that was alongside of the Skyway Bridge in one of these storms. So these storms have been pretty crazy this year.
And that's pretty much what Beach Bum was just saying. It's a pattern that's a little unusual, huh?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's insane. My poor dog's going nuts because it doesn't like thunderstorms. Little Yorkie poop, and or fireworks. So we've got our hands full right now.
So what do you do come Independence Day, and probably all weekend long? What do? You got to lock the dog in the basement, or what?
Oh, it's crazy. I mean, the fireworks are probably going to start Thursday night. It wouldn't hurt my feelings if these storms would hit at nighttime, to be honest. But we can't leave the house to go watch any fireworks or anything like that because we can't leave the dog. We can't take her with us. There's just nowhere to go. and she just shakes like crazy. If we're in bed, she'll climb up on our pillows and just sit there and shake and shake and shake at your head. You're not going to be sleeping.
Wow.
You know. But, so what's the show schedule for? Are you doing Thursday and Friday? Or are you taking that night off?
No, I've actually got an extended weekend. I'll be here next week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday morning. So I'll be off Thursday, Friday, and actually Monday of the following week. I won't be here for the greatest day of the week.
Oh, man. What are we going to do then? But I won't be here Thursday night either, so I won't be telling everybody that we're one day closer. I don't know who's going to do it. Maybe Gilligan or something. But, well, that's all I got. And I appreciate you taking my call, and Semper Fi shout out to Knuckle Buster and Truck and Till, and we'll talk to you later. Probably next week.
All right. Well, we will be here tomorrow morning. Are you going to give us one day closer to the greatest day of the week? That's what we do on Fridays, right? Speaking of the stormy weather, I had shared several reports about lightning strikes, people being hit by lightning. Numerous cases last week in the Sunshine State. Earlier this week on Tuesday, day before yesterday apparently, 20 people injured by a reported lightning strike at a South Carolina lake. According to fire officials, first responders assessed 8 adults and 12 minors for electrocution after reports of a strike hitting the water. According to the Lexington County Fire Chief, 12 of those patients were transported to local hospitals, non-life-threatening injuries. All are expected to recover. Preliminary report from the National Weather Service indicates a lightning strike at around 4:43 p.m. Multiple fire, sheriff, and emergency medical service agencies in the county responded to the Dominion Beach Park at Dreher Dam. Now, they say strong relationships with other local agencies played a critical role in ensuring a quick, coordinated response there, allowing first responders to assess patients, provide the best possible care. Dominion Beach was expected to reopen yesterday following safety assessments. Just last week, a 15-year-old boy struck by lightning during a thunderstorm in Manhattan. After a fast-moving storm rolled in there, that youngster is expected to recover, but was indeed hospitalized with second-degree burns covering his torso and his legs. Watch out for the lightning. When the thunder roars, get indoors is the message. 844-844-3388. Gearing up for Major League Baseball in a NASCAR venue. It's an odd combination, but we'll give you the details ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
I'm really curious just what the cost of this venture. It's got to be off the charts. But we're talking Bristol, Tennessee, where at this moment in time, much of the familiar concrete infield is no longer visible at Bristol Motor Speedway. It's been replaced by a baseball infield carved atop almost 20,000 tons of gravel as the preparations are underway for the Major League Baseball Speedway Classic, which will be the Atlanta Braves versus the Cincinnati Reds. It no doubt will be one of the most iconic days in baseball and one of the most special days of the 2025 season, according to the Senior Vice President of Global Events with Major League Baseball. MLB and Bristol Motor Speedway ramping up work installing a baseball field and all the necessary facilities with less than 40 days remaining until the August 2nd game. Racks of seats for grandstands, stacks of lumber and plywood, pallets of gravel lining the inside of the track, cones marking the bases and the pitcher's mound. Plates were being installed for the foul poles down both lines. It is all coming to life. And what's really fun to see, the field being constructed on approximately half the infield. This is 17,500 tons of gravel to level and create the field. It will require 340 tons of clay, which is expected to arrive soon, a synthetic turf, a playing surface that matches what they use at Rogers Center that the Toronto Blue Jays play. Additional lighting is going to be installed on the roof of the facility. The field, when all is said and done, the field will measure 400 feet to center field, 375 feet to the gaps, and 330 down the lines. Now, they've had to go through the process. Bristol Motor Speedway removed half of the Goodyear building on one end of the infield, as well as portions of the pit wall on one side of the track to create space for the field. I mean, a lot of work taking place to get this open. Clubhouses, they say, will be built for both teams, including showers, locker rooms, and weight rooms to mirror what's available at any Major League Baseball ballpark. But all this for one game? That's astounding. Now, all this will be removed prior to the Bass Pro Shops night race, which will be occurring on September 13th. So they spend literally 5-6 weeks constructing, then they're going to tear it all down. Everything we're going to do is temporary in nature. All right, Major League Baseball announced a fan zone outside the facility on the day of the game that will include performances from a handful of musicians, including the country star Jake Owen. They had previously announced that Tim McGraw and Pitbull will perform on stage next to the ballpark inside the Speedway. But that's a lot of work for one day's event there at Bristol, Tennessee. All righty, Eagle checking in here Thursday. What's going on?
Okay. Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, I'm out here on the road. I'll be hanging out for another couple of days until next week. Steve, like I told you last night, you gave an update on the travel. Look like people are already hitting the road to me, man. There's a lot of cars on the road today, and I think there's definitely going to be a lot of people traveling because the fuel prices are a little bit lower than they was last year, so I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of people traveling. Yeah, like I told you, hopefully I can get home by at least next Tuesday or Wednesday before the real clowns get on the road. It's going to be a long weekend, so I'm not sure about NASCAR. I don't know where NASCAR. I don't know where they're running at this week. I'm not sure if I think they usually, I don't know, they used to have a race on July the 4th in Daytona. I don't know if they're going to Daytona this year in July. I got to check the schedule. I don't know if Daytona is coming up in July for the 4th of that weekend. I'm not sure. I got to get a schedule on that, but we'll see what happens on that. But, yeah, I'll try to watch a couple of races while I'm at home. Yeah, right quick, Steve, before I get to Donald Trump and this Iranian situation, I wanted to talk about the truck driving deal. Today was supposed to be the first day of the enforcement of the no speak English, no drive truck in America. I didn't see too much going on where I was at today. Tennessee, I didn't see too many people getting pulled over. But I think they had some stuff going on in Texas where they were stopping trucks. I mean, it's in the scales and stuff. So I don't know if anybody got arrested or what. I ain't heard too much news today. They kept it pretty quiet. They've been having a lot of problems the last couple of weeks. So I don't know if they really gonna enforce it, to the ninth, 10th degree, because I heard some of the Spanish truck drivers, they was talking about going on strike or something in Texas. When I was there last week, they was talking about they was gonna try to block the roads or something, but that never did come to pass. Spanish drivers. So we'll see what happens the next couple of weeks, but I didn't see too much going on today. So I think they probably not going to enforce it. That's what I think. Because it's just too much lawsuits and too much stuff that goes on nowadays. When you try to get involved in that. Now, getting to the situation with Trump, Steve. These people are ridiculous at this point, Steve. Like I told you last night. It's almost like these people want Iran to have a nuclear weapon. It's the CNN and MSN. I've never seen people so stupid. The man flew these jets from the U.S. all the way to Iran, in and out, without even Iran didn't even know they was in the damn country, Iraq. And these idiots are still criticizing Donald Trump, saying that he shouldn't have said that he obliterated the whole deal. They got the video. They got where the bombs were dropped. There is no laboratory. They're not going to be producing it'll be a long time before they start up a program to try to produce nuclear weapons, Steve. These people, man. I don't understand these people, Steve. Donald Trump. Everything that this guy does, they find something wrong. This guy can do no right.
Right.
At this point, he can basically not do no good. He's brought peace, to the situation. He got things settled down, and this other guy, he just totally disappeared. The so-called supreme leader of the country, he's nowhere to be found. I don't know where the hell he at. He on the run. I think he realized that Donald Trump wasn't playing games with him, so it wouldn't it wouldn't shock me if he was no longer in the country that he got the hell out of town, because when Trump said he knew where he was at, he got real quiet. You ain't heard too much from that guy since Donald Trump said he knew where he was at. So I think he on the run. So they basically don't have a leader right now. And I want to get into something after the break with the regime change, Steve.
Okay, well you're right on cue there, because we're up to the news break. We'll take care of that. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says he did not discuss a ceasefire when he spoke with Ukrainian President Zelensky at the NATO summit as they work towards ending that war.
Vladimir Putin has been more difficult. Frankly, I had some problems with Zelensky. You may have read about him. And it's been more difficult than other wars.
Whilst Trump says he's going to be speaking with Russian President Vladimir Putin soon, the president said he had a nice conversation with Zelensky and believes the Ukrainian leader wants the war to end. Iran is threatening to close the Strait of Hormuz in response to the U.S. airstrikes that took out their nuclear facilities. That's a key oil shipping route, but so far the price on the global market has stayed steady.
With the U.S. being such a large producer of oil, the impacts of a disruption over there are certainly not what it would have been, 25 years ago.
Bruce Bullock heads the McGuire Energy Institute at Southern Methodist University and says if the Strait of Hormuz was to actually close, there would be an impact on oil prices around the globe. 20% of the world's oil and gas pass through that waterway. The site of the worst commercial nuclear accident in U.S. history will be roaring back to life soon. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro toured the last working reactor at 3 Mile Island near Harrisburg on Wednesday.
Folks shouldn't sleep on nuclear. They should be aware of the important clean role it plays in our energy portfolio.
The reactor at 3 Mile Island will soon start generating power for Microsoft under a 20-year agreement. Back in 1979, a partial meltdown of the Unit 2 reactor core caused national panic. 3 Mile Island has now been renamed the Crane Power Plant. Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 106 points. The S&P 500 fell by less than a point. The Nasdaq gained 61 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My Financial Fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Georgia Congressman Buddy Carter nominated President Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize.
The president's nomination comes after his role in brokering this week's ceasefire agreement between Iran and Israel. Congressman Carter said he wrote a letter to the Norwegian Nobel Committee Tuesday to formally nominate Trump for the coveted prize. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
President Trump signaled that China is being given the green light to buy oil from Iran.
President Trump, in a post on Truth Social following the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Iran, said that China can now continue to purchase oil from Iran, but he added that hopefully they will be purchasing plenty from the US too. The White House says this isn't a change in its sanctions policy, but it's a reference to the oil flows continuing through the Strait of Hormuz route, which had been threatened with closure following the US strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities over the weekend. Rebecca Bunden, Hong Kong.
The 40th edition of the iconic Air Jordan shoe will release next month.
You sure it's not the shoes?
I'm sure, Mars.
What about the shoes?
No, Mars.
Money, it's gotta be the shoes.
Jordan Brand unveiled the next edition of Michael Jordan's signature line on Wednesday. The shoe's design takes inspiration from some of the line's most popular models, including the Air Jordan 3 and Air Jordan 5. The first colorway of the Air Jordan 40 will go on sale July 12th for $200. A total of 9 unique colorways will be released over the coming year. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, welcome back. Welcome aboard as we roll into a brand new day. Turn the page on the calendar, 26th day of June. When all is said and done. Coming up this hour, got an update from the freight waves. As, yes, indeed, this past day was day number 1 where enforcement of the English language proficiency kicked in around the country. And they kind of break down what we anticipate, what kind of potential impact we may see when it comes to rates, how many of these companies who have hired over the years many non-English speaking drivers, how are they addressing the situation? So more on that. And once we're going to get back to Eagle. Actually, Paul's on the line. We're also going to discuss coming up here what the hell's wrong with the people there in New York. Of course, we know it's hard left-leaning Democrat. It's been the case forever and ever, right? But they've actually nominated a socialist to become the new mayor of New York. And the President Trump, has finally weighed in on that spectacle. After a 33-year-old state assemblyman wins over a crowded field, Trump kind of unleashed on Truth Social this past day, accusing the Democrats of going way too far. They have crossed the line, in his words. So, more on that coming up as well. First, all right, back to Eagle. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, I want to say something real quick about that, Steve, before I the New York thing, before I get back to this Iran situation. That's another lost cause right there. The state of New York, Steve. I put them in they just barely one step ahead of California. Is a state that's a lost cause. They really did. Like I said, I don't like this guy. I don't like neither one of the candidates. But Cuomo, there wasn't no way in hell that guy could get back. I don't even know how he got back on the ballot after what he did during the COVID virus. Steve, that guy there, he was a complete embarrassment. He had some nerve to even put his name on the damn ballot in New York. To even think that he could be governor of that state again is an embarrassment. That he would even for mayor or whatever the hell they was. That guy's a joke. I can't believe he had the nerve to even try to run. So that other guy, he basically had a one-way ticket right to the win, because there wasn't most people in New York wasn't no way in hell they were gonna vote for Cuomo. So I don't know too much about this guy here. But that's all that needs to be said. If he's a socialist / communist, that's all you need to know.
Yep.
And that means that he has no business being nowhere in New York City. So New York City, all I can say, you get what you deserve. You voted for him now. You get what you deserve. So whatever happens to you, happens to you. I don't go to New York City or New York State. So as I always like to say, the hell with them. Now, let me move on to this situation in Iran, Steve, with this supreme leader guy. I think that this guy here is on the run, because they saying that if Trump is not after him, his own people might be after him, because these people are tired of the way that this man has control of their life. These people basically have no freedom of movement. The government, this radical government, controls every aspect. These people are tired of living like that. People 20 and 30. This guy here is outdated. He's over 80 years old. Nobody wants to live like that. The radical. So I think that he might be running from his own damn people. I think those people want to get rid of him because they tired of all the problems that he's caused, and it's a good thing to get another man in there, a new young guy, somebody that's up to date with what's happening in the world now, and treat his people like human beings. I think that a guy that's not interested in no damn nuclear program, that's acquiring a nuclear weapon. I think that would be the best thing for that country. To hell with that supreme leader. Let him get out of the country or wherever he at. Don't leave Iran and don't never come back. The way I see it, I'm tired of seeing that guy's face on my television to begin with. Now, as for the other situation, Steve, now it's obvious. I put these people in the same category as a protester. You know how I feel about protesters. Is a rat, a mole, a snitch, or somebody that's trying to make a name for themselves, a name anonymous. That's one of the most cowardly things that you can do, Steve, is talk about you got information, but you want to remain anonymous. Okay, so now you got this so-called individual who claims that he knows that the United States didn't destroy Iran's nuclear program, but what a surprise! He don't want to say who it is. So they got to figure out who this loser is. That Pete used to have the defense guy. He was raising hell on TV today about that guy. And when they do find that guy, they need to prosecute him to the fullest extent of the law, Steve, because what he is done treason when you go on against your own country in a time of war, giving out information to the enemy, giving out information to that bogus news organization, CNN and MSNBC. That guy they need to find out who that guy is, Steve, and they need to find him immediately and put his picture on every television station in America, newspaper, whatever. They need to show that coward for who he is since he wanna cause trouble. Let's give him some trouble, the way I see it. So hopefully they catch up with this guy in the next couple of days, Steve, and give him what he deserves. And one other thing before I hang up with you, that news conference that they supposed to have tomorrow morning with Pete and the other guy, Rubio, that's going to be real interesting. I'm going to be listening to that tomorrow morning to see what they have to say about this situation in Iran. It's going to be real interesting to see what they have to say tomorrow morning. And I thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, there is actually some speculation as to what they're going to unveil there. Yeah, they are trying to uncover who the leaker was. Someone that has access to classified information. And there's speculation that may be a part of that press conference, which is slated for 8 o'clock this morning. Supposedly big breaking news. Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio, 8 a.m. they'll be speaking. Via Truth Social, President Trump says, it's finally happened. The Democrats have crossed the line. Zoran Mamdani, is that the name? Mamdani, a 100% communist lunatic, just won the Democrat primary. He's on his way to becoming mayor. Now, we've had radical lefties before, but this is getting a little ridiculous. He looks terrible. His voice is grating. He's not very smart. He's got AOC plus 3 dummies all backing him. And even our great Palestinian senator, crying Chuck Schumer, is groveling over him. This is a big moment in the history of our country. Now, he followed up moments later, jokingly advising Democrats to go further to the left by nominating some of the radical candidates like Jasmine Crockett, the leftist squad founder, AOC, for higher offices. I have an idea for the Democrats to bring them back into play. After years of being left out in the cold, including suffering one of the greatest losses in history, the 2024 presidential election, the Democrats should nominate low IQ Jasmine Crockett for president, and AOC plus 3 should be respectively vice president, and 3 high-level members of the cabinet added together with our future communist mayor of New York, Zoran Mamdani, and our country's really screwed. But this is beyond insane. It's basically telling us regular Americans that their value system is antiquated and wrong. There was a story from the India-based Hindustan Times back in 2013 that quoted this guy's, Mamdani's mother, who's an Indian-American filmmaker, is saying he is a total desi, D-E-S-I, completely. We are not firings at all. He is very much us. He is not American at all. Now, what's the term desi? Desi, a term, he's roughly meaning one from our country. Pharangs roughly translates to outsiders. Mamdani was endorsed by the Democrat Socialist of America. Let that sink in. Yeah, a match made in heaven. If you want an unrealistic $30 an hour minimum wage and city-owned grocery stores, he has a desire to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu on a warrant from the International Criminal Court. He's also checked the box for supporting queer liberation and in a 2020 social media post wrote that the best way to get there is through defunding the police. I mean, this guy, he as he says, he must really have his finger on the pulse of the nation. Yeah, National Democrats kissing the ring on his social media platform, congratulating him from the likes of Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries. Of course, they're both New Yorkers as well. He got a special social media shout-out from Minnesota Representative Ilhan Omar, who hates this country. And she actually felt it was necessary to include an Arabic chant as part of her pat on the back. Either way, he will now face off in November's general election against the current New York City Mayor Eric Adams, who's running as an independent. Then you've got a Republican nominee, Curtis Sliwa, who was the legendary founder of the Guardian Angels. All right, Paul in Long Beach, New York. What's going on up there?
I got to tell you, in Long Beach, it's beautiful. It's all red here. I don't know if you noticed in the elections. It's always bright red out here. We know what we're doing out here. The city, where unfortunately I have to work, oh my God, it's disgusting, Steve. I thought everyone would learn after de Blasio destroyed the PD. He destroyed the city, the streets, everything. Like, I don't see how New York comes back from this, because you know the guy's going to win, most likely, unless Curtis Sliwa pulls one out of left field, or unless my only way of seeing a way out of this is if Curtis concedes and endorses Mayor Adams. I hate to say it because I never thought I'd want Mayor Adams to win, but at this point I'll take that fucking nigger.
Okay. There you go. That's the reason we have to have a, what do you call it, a drop button? Ban. I got more information on that coming up. That's why we have a 10-second delay. Carolina Monkey Gouger.
Good morning, Steve. How you this morning?
I'm glad I've got a dump button.
Yeah, me too, buddy. I'm glad you got it too, but it still come across.
It doesn't come across. It doesn't come across on terrestrial. That's the only concern. You can say whatever you want on satellite radio. You can say whatever you want on social media. Whatever the Facebook, the YouTube, all that. That's not monitored for that. It's the affiliates out there that could get me in trouble. But we got it.
Good. You was fast on the trigger. Steve, did you see my new truck today?
Yeah, somebody was asking about that. Yeah, I know you're full of BS. Clear up to here.
Well, I had to pull my one last shenanigan before I go into hibernation.
Yeah.
And I was getting my tanks and stuff shined up over there, and the old guy, I've been knowing him for years. He said, Jimmy, you run that truck over the truck wall. I said, oh, yeah. Brand new Mac, automatic transmission, Steve, and I hate to say it, I couldn't even get the truck in gear. Oh, he had to come over there and show me what buttons to push. I pushed the wrong button. Either I didn't have the foot on the brake to engage it, or, I'm sitting there looking at this thing, and I said, golly, boy, I tell you what, this thing got more buttons and gadgets and warning bells and everything else going off, I was scared it's going to jick me out the damn seat through the roof or something,
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, we got it over there, and I said, you know what I'm going to do? I said, I'm going to have me some fun today. I'm going to pull my last shenanigan. Well, it went a little bit too far. Miss Debbie didn't think it was so damn funny. And she said, I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to beat your monkey gouging ass. I'm going to sell your boat. I'm going to sell your guns. I'm going to sell your hat collection. I'm going to sell both your trucks, your pickups, and anything else of yours I can sell, and the rest of your stuff be piled up out there in the damn yard. I mean, this woman went just ballistic. You know, and I said, oh, man, come on, let me show her. I mean, you going to sell my guns and my boat? That's pretty damn cold, you know?
Right.
And she said, I don't know why you do something like this. I said, hey, it's my last farewell to the trucking industry. I just had to have a little fun. But I didn't know you was going to get your dandruff in a uproar, you know. Said, well, you pissed me off. I said, okay, well, I pissed you off. You got a whole week to get glad.
You've never done that before.
But, yeah, you know what? I reckon she didn't know me as good as what she thought she knew me. But anyway, I got to calm down. It cost me a trip to the beach, but I got to calm down. But, you know, Steve, talking about this guy up there in New York.
Yes.
I just can't believe it's patriotic. You know, New York City is one of the most patriotic cities there is in this country. I mean, you know, you look at the fire department, police department, look at what happened during 9/11 and how everybody come together, and then they go out and vote this, you know, idiot to run.
Yep.
I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, you look at Lobster. Old Lobster's from up there in New York. A very patriotic guy, very outgoing, always got a hand out to help somebody, you know. And I just couldn't believe that this morning when Clutch Captain called me. I was sleeping in, and he said, "Hey man," I said, "You look at the news?" I said, "Yeah, I've been looking at the back of my eyeballs." And he told me what had happened. I couldn't believe it. I said, "Oh man," but I don't know where this country's going, Steve. I really don't.
I mean, I can understand the fact that nobody wanted Cuomo back, but when they said it was a crowded field, so that there had to be other, more than just those two, I'm assuming, on the ballot. Yeah, Cuomo really screwed up during the whole pandemic thing, obviously. But how do you, no matter how much you hate that guy, how could you pick an absolute socialist communist to lead your city?
Right. Well, you look at Bernie Sanders and what's that woman's name up there? The
AOC.
Up there in Minnesota.
Omar.
AOC, and then the one up there in Minnesota, Omar. You know, that woman married a brother to get citizenship. You know, how sick is this? And why is she still being a representative? You know, Steve, I'm going to tell you something. It's like me and you talked about this thing here a couple months ago. You know what I couldn't figure out when you know, we got control. We got control of the House, we got control of the Senate, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I said, oh, boy, this is going to be a home run, boys. So, you know, the Republicans, they let all this stuff happen. They let all these illegals come in here, and you only had about 2 or 3 of them that was fighting. The rest of them was sitting on the sidelines, right? So, you know, I said, boy, we're going to pay back now. What, 60 days into it, the Democrats are stinking up the water. You know, got Trump in court every time they turn around. I'm tired of this good old boy Republican system. Let's get dirty. Let's get down in the trenches and throw the punching bag. You know, I mean, let's get with it. Let's put a stop to some of this idiotic stuff that's going on in this country. You know, you look out there in L.A., at that mayor of L.A., she probably ain't no better than that socialist they're going to try and run for a mayor in New York. I mean, I cannot believe that people vote for these stupid people. I mean, it just shows you how smart some of these people are. But, Steve, I tell you something, man. The only one that really worries me out this whole deal is that Hakeem Jeffers. That guy's bad news, man. You can look at him and see the evil in him.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a devout Muslim. And that guy scares me, man. I mean, you know, if something was to go south in them midterm elections, and we know how them Democrats play, and they got control, it'd be Katie bar the door, man. And there's something for people to worry about. Don't you agree?
All we can hope is that we have informed voters. I'm speculating that many voters there in that primary in New York day before yesterday just went into the ballot box and checked the box for anyone other than Cuomo, having no idea who they were.
Well, I kind of think that happened too. I mean, but Cuomo, that idiot, he messed that deal up yonder in New York so bad. Donald Trump bent over backwards to get that loudmouth SOB everything he wanted, and took that valuable medical equipment that could be used in other parts of the area where there was really a crisis, and just running his loud New York mouth, But I had no use for Como, and I don't know what happened to the new mayor. I mean, Eric, whatever his name is. I don't know what happened to him. He just went sideways. But I don't know what they're gonna do up there. There's a mess up there. That's for damn sure. Mm-hmm. But it's scary, Steve, and it worries me that that this is going on in this country and the people can't see it. I mean, we just had to go over there and knock out a bunch of them radicals over yonder in Iran, stop their nuclear program. And now they got this idiot on there. And, and I tell you something, this guy has got Iran wrote all over him with propaganda. And
yeah, the fact that he wants Benjamin Netanyahu behind bars. It is 844-844-3388. We got to pause there. We'll be right back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. President Trump has revealed a new intelligence report that shows the United States strike on Iran's nuclear sites obliterated its capabilities. This comes as Fox News reports the Trump administration will limit the sharing of classified information with Congress due to intelligence leaks. The Trump administration is suing regional judges in Maryland over an order that blocks the immediate removal of any detained immigrant who requests a court hearing. The Justice Department filed the lawsuit against the chief judge of the U.S. District Court in the region of Maryland. The administration has asked for a court ruling that would make the order unlawful, as well as an injunction to stop its enforcement. The Justice Department is also seeking to have the judges recuse themselves and the case transferred out of the Maryland court. In Las Vegas, Nevada, I am Lance Pry. We are USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
MediShare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with MediShare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love MediShare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for MediShare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shots
Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
All right, good morning to Jason. Passing through Waterloo, Iowa. Got a starry night, clear roads, 73 degrees. On my way to Ohio with a load of alfalfa. Then I'm going to get my motor swapped with a Cat Reman with new content on Friday. All right, good luck with that. Senor Heatwave. I'm here, just not all the way there. Headed for San Bernardino. Praying we don't get stuck doing short hops. Dennis, is it true the monkey gouger bought a Mac? Or is he just a typical BS truck driver trying to BS everybody? See, you got them all out there making fun of you, gouger.
Hey, I tell you, man, I post something, they go haywire on it.
Yes, sir.
You know? But I just had to do that before I got out. I had to have one more last hoorah before I, got
hang up the keys,
park the truck, right?
Yeah.
and so anyway, we we have laughed all morning, but I tell you what, Miss Debbie didn't think it was so funny. I can tell you that right now. She didn't think it was funny with a damn, but. Anyway, Steve, we just wanted to jump in here and holler at you, and tomorrow we start back. I will be first time in 44 years without a truck to going back to the Marina Del Rey.
Wow.
I will be truckless. And it's starting to soak in now, that Shine guy there that shined my truck up. I've been knowing him and his wife for many, many years, and I told him what was going on, that I was getting out of it. And he said, I believe it when I see it. And I said, okay, well, you better get ready to believe it. You better get ready to see it because it's going to happen.
Yes, sir.
And it's, I tell you, I was taking stuff off the truck today and doing everything. And I said, you know something? I said, I'm finally going to be free of Hitler, And I named when you own a truck, when you own an operator, that truck dictates to what you gonna do. It dictates to when you gonna do something, where you gonna do it, or whatever. And it's just a relief to know that when I'm not going to walk out in that backyard and get greasy fixing that truck, or worrying about whether it's going to crank, or worrying about whether it's going to break down in the middle of the highway. Them are just things that owner-operators have to put up with. And the astronomical cost of parts and tires and stuff, I just don't see no future in it no more, Steve. I really don't.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I got out while the getting was good, is the way I look at it. But anyway, we're gonna back out of here and let somebody else get in here and run the head, and we're gonna try and holler at you tomorrow night, because like I say, we're gonna drive home. I mean, I just did not feel comfortable getting on the airplane with all this. So, well, they had another one that flamed out yesterday. Did you see that?
I had to go back to Vegas. Yeah, engine fire, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. So I just believe that it might be the best thing for me to drive back home and not to take no chances,
I don't blame
you. So anyway, we'll holler at you later.
Good to hear from you. Safe travels, and that's going to be a different kind of drive. Yeah, the big truck in the rear view mirror. Farewell. But he makes it sound like, finally, I'm free. I'm free. All righty, 844-844-3388. I'll address that knucklehead, which I was able to catch and block that number for any future attempts, because that's not his first try getting through. It goes with the territory. In the broadcast biz, every terrestrial station has what they call a dump button. You have to be people like that. They've got so much time on their hands that they'll sit up in the middle of the night calling radio stations, trying to get on so they can say something offensive or obscene. Now, I had Sundance, of course. Now, he didn't use that kind of language, but he used a word that can't be used last week. Yeah, for the second time. Last year he dropped an F-bomb. He apologized. I caught it. But some guy last evening, posting that, I think his name was Brett McCory, and referencing some of our conversation where Trump actually dropped an F-bomb, right, on live television. He said, Steve, Trump curses, you don't have a problem. Sundance curses, he gets banned. 100% correct. I can't control what the president says. It comes down to, I am responsible for what goes out over this program's airwaves. And there's a big difference in, say, cable television, satellite radio. Why? Why is Howard Stern? Why did he make the move from terrestrial to satellite radio? He went exclusively to Sirius XM. It's because he could use any sort of language he wanted with no concerns of retribution. He can drop F-bomb after F-bomb all day long. When it comes to terrestrial radio, it's a totally different game. Broadcasting obscene, indecent, profane language on terrestrial radio in the United States can result in significant fines from the Federal Communications Commission. And we're not talking paltry things. Maximum fine per violation, up to $325,000 for any material broadcast after June of 2006. That's when they bumped up the fines. Maximum total penalty for continuing violations could reach $3,870,000 plus. I mean, for every utterance, they can fine you. For each indecent utterance, meaning multiple violations, can occur in a single program. Broadcasters, their license could come under scrutiny. The FCC can consider a station's history of broadcasting indecent material when they actually review their application for a license. There's other penalties, criminal penalties. Violators, if convicted in federal court, could face criminal fines and imprisonment of up to 2 years. This is not some sort of a joking matter. Now, again, when it comes to the likes of social media, they don't care. When it comes to the likes of cable television, when you can watch, dirty movies all day long, sex, language, it's not monitored when it comes to those sort of airways. The FCC considers various factors when they determine the fines, the context of the broadcast. They define profane as vulgar, irreverent, or coarse language, and also includes language that's so grossly offensive as to amount to a nuisance. That's why when you broadcast, when you utter certain words, you get banned, you can't call back, you won't get on the air again. And the language used, I've got a little button here, click, 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 dump, 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 it cuts it out, does not get to the terrestrial feed. You'll hear it on the app, because the likes of apps do not count. So just so you know, that, Brett, is why, yes, our good friend Sundance got the boot. Now, do you think the FCC is going to find all the major networks that were covering President Trump live that day? No, that's not going to happen. And as you'll notice, as all the replays of that little statement, it's bleeped out. When Rebright was on our news last evening, when he dropped the F-bomb, it's bleeped. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. See what's going on with Pappy.
What's happening, Steve? I think you explained that pretty well.
Yes, sir.
I guess in real layman's terms, like you go back in the 1960s and 70s, even your late talk shows like Johnny Carson and Leonard, you couldn't say stuff like that on there.
No. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when you couldn't. I mean, language on television. I mean, they didn't use foul language. I mean, I can't remember the first time someone dropped a GD on a program on broadcast television. And, the rest of the family, grandparents, mom, everybody went crazy. Like, what, did they actually do that? And how things have changed when it comes to TV these days.
Well, I remember when the Brady Bunch came out. There was a big stir, if you remember this or not. But that was the first show that showed a husband and wife sleeping in the same bed. Prior to that, they had to have their own separate bed.
Yeah, you're right. Yep.
Yeah, yes, sir. Hey, I heard it from a reliable source that there was a application that came through Amazon to be a truck driver, and the guy was like, some kind of weird name, Gouger, Monkey Gouger, applied to be a trucker for Amazon.
Really?
Okay. We're going to have to run that by him here. Maybe he got out of the owner-operator business.
Going to start hauling for Amazon?
Maybe he wants to go be a driver. Yeah. Hey, reference to the leaker Eagle was talking about. Steve, I think he was set up. Yes, sir. I'd be willing to wager a Big Mac on that. Trump knows he's got some scandals in his mix, and that's one way to weed them out.
Yes.
Is put out some information that, the news media would love to hear. and you pass that information out to a
Just,
few people.
just to a certain number of
Correct.
people. Some that you know will hold it confidently,
Yes,
and the
sir.
one you think might run their mouth.
Yes, sir. And then when they do,
got them.
Gotcha.
Out the door.
So I think that's what happened. Man, Steve, I didn't know nothing. Obviously, most of us didn't about this primary in New York with this dude. It just wasn't his primary. I didn't even know they was having a primary up there, right? But I was cut the grass tonight after the sun went down. Was trying to cool off, so I went in the bedroom and turned on Stephen K. Bannon's War Room podcast, right?
Mm-hmm.
Steve, and they had a guy on there that wrote a book 16 years ago. He is claiming that the news media is keeping quiet about this guy. That if they really knew, to say he's a communist is putting him in good light. Supposedly, this dude is like far radical Islam. He said, Sharia law, if this guy gets elected as mayor, will be Sharia law is coming to New York City.
Mm-hmm. Now, I had a gentleman, Scott, just a few minutes ago, posted, so he said, this nominee in New York City, the mayoral race, is an Islamist, not just a Muslim. There's a very huge difference. Radical Islamist, very dangerous guy, he said.
Yeah. Yes, that's what this guy was saying. And he's surprised. Well, I guess he's not surprised that the CNNs of the world are not putting it out there, but he's even, I don't know, Fox, you think would, I don't know, who knows?
Mm-hmm.
I don't even trust Fox that much. But he went on to say, and I never heard of this, he's part of this group, Islamic group called the 12s, I believe he said. And they get their name from, and they believe this, they get their name from supposedly there's a prophet, Islamic prophet, that has been living and is still alive on this planet for the last 1,200 years.
Okay.
Right? And they are, I mean, like the extreme of the extreme. Anti-West, anti-capitalism, anti-gay, you just everything we stand for, they're anti. It's just more or less Sharia law, is their way, or it's no way.
Mm-hmm.
These are the ones that believe either you capitulate and become a Muslim, they got to give you a chance, right? And if you don't, off with their heads. That's what this guy's saying about this dude. I mean, I don't know. I never heard of him. I'm just repeating what this guy was saying on Stephen K. Bannon. So if anybody's interested, it was one of his hourly podcasts that he puts out.
Okay.
I will see what happens in the general, right? They kind of broke out the voting scale too, and they say, you know who voted this guy in? All the rich college kids.
Really?
That's where we got all the votes.
The AOC
all
voters.
These college students up in there. Yes, sir. Yeah. So he's not only he's like a communist or Islamic in disguise of a communist, I guess. I guess he's loving it, that they're portraying him as a communist. So, I don't know. Might be a wolf in sheep's clothing. We'll see. Trump gave a speech today. I missed that. I think Bannon played that too, getting the whole speech, but I kind of dozed off. So I didn't get to hear any of his speech. Did you by chance?
I didn't hear the speech. I know he was speaking there at the Hague or whatever. I guess he got a big win when first thing they announced is the UN is going to, I guess, fall in line with what his demands were to spend a whole lot more of their own money on their own defense. Was kind of the long story short.
Right. Yeah. Well, he's been saying that for years. I think we ought to pull out of NATO, to be honest about it. One good thing about being in it is they don't do nothing unless we get them the okay to, honestly, because most of NATO is financed by the United States still, right?
And the United Nations.
So, yeah. We'll see, but hey, I got to listen. We were a little busy last night. It was just, one of them nights last night. I was going to try to call in, but right about 3:15. Well, I guess we got a non-breather. I guess it's right about 3:15. That tied me up. Got home late, but I did get to listen to the countdown of the launch. I thought that was pretty cool, man. Counting down the launch there, and Philip giving the play-by-play.
Yeah,
that was pretty cool.
Live action.
Enjoyed that. Yes, sir. Only on the overnight drive. All right, man. That's really about all I got, brother. We'll see how long this ceasefire stays in effect. Who's going to violate it first, right? But I know Trump is pissed at both of them, boy, Israel and Iran.
Did he ever make that clear?
Yeah, man. So I think he took Rump's advice along with mine when we were talking, man. He might have been listening to your show, and we said, man, you hit them nuclear facilities and you get out. That's it.
Done.
And it sounds like that was exactly his plan. No more. So let's pray for the best. I appreciate you taking the call. Everybody be safe. Probably talk at you on Friday's show tomorrow night.
Casual Friday. All right, we'll look forward to that. Let me see here real quick. Junior, we'll get to you right after the news break here. And room for you at 844-844-3388. First, Pappy had mentioned they're looking for who leaked that top secret information, right? That was the FBI is indeed investigating who leaked that to the media outlets. Pete Hegseth specifically mentioned CNN when outlining his concerns to reporters at the NATO summit in the Netherlands. He said, this is a political motive here. He then responded affirmatively when asked if an investigation was underway. He said, of course, we're doing a leak investigation with the FBI right now because this information is for internal purposes, battle damage assessments, and CNN and others trying to spin it to make the president look bad. This was an overwhelming success. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and President Trump were also involved in the briefing with reporters. Rubio characterized the effort to downplay the impact of the strikes against Iran as a game. That's the game these people play. They read it. They go out and characterize it the way they want it characterized. And they're leakers. This is the game they play. Now, Hegseth and Rubio did not specify what reporting may have been connected with the purported leak. But, of course, it was CNN Wednesday reported the information they had received about the military strikes indicated that we may not have been as successful as earlier described by both Hegseth and the president. mentioning information related to a, quote, battle damage assessment conducted by U.S. Central Command, with the FBI involved, tracking down those involved in leaked information. The game, as characterized by Rubio, can actually turn into something totally different. This past day, Trump posted, quote, Secretary of Defense, War, Pete Hegseth, together with military representatives will be holding a major news conference tomorrow morning. That would be this morning, describing it as major. He said it was directly related to the leaked information and the impact on national security. The fake news, Times and CNN, lied and totally misrepresented the facts, none of which they had because it was too soon. There were no facts out there yet. This news conference will provide both interesting and irrefutable enjoy, he wrote, referring to the New York Times.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The devastating U.S. strike on Fordo destroyed the site's critical infrastructure.
President Trump says he believes the conflict between Iran and Israel is over.
It was a 12-day war, and we think it's over. I don't think they're going to be going back at each other. I don't think so.
While speaking at the NATO summit in the Netherlands today, Trump says both nations were tired of the fighting and added he thinks the war ended when the U.S. carried out strikes on Iran. The president says he believes Iran is done trying to create nuclear weapons, and the U.S. could have taken over Iran's oil supply, but he says the country will need the money to get back on its feet. The Trump administration says it will limit the sharing of classified information with Congress. Republican Congressman Michael McCall of Texas does not like that idea.
We make the laws here. We're entitled to the classified information. The Intelligence National Security Committees.
McCall chairs the House Foreign Affairs and Homeland Security Committees. Fox News reports the announcement comes on the heels of a leaked U.S. intel analysis claiming that Iran's nuclear program was only set back months, not years. McCall is speculating that the leak did not come from Congress, noting most leaks he's seen have come from the executive branch. Nearly 2 million student loan borrowers are at risk of getting their wages garnished this summer.
TransUnion reports 6 million borrowers are classified as newly delinquent as of April, meaning a borrower is 90 days behind on their payments. About a third of those newly delinquent could enter default as soon as July. Delinquency could lead to getting your paycheck garnished and withheld tax refunds. I'm Matt Mattinson.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 106 points. The S&P 500 fell by less than 8 points. The Nasdaq gained 61 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Speaker Mike Johnson asserts the War Powers Act is unconstitutional.
Johnson says he's persuaded by the argument of the act itself is unconstitutional. The Speaker of the House is pushing back against lawmakers in both parties who are invoking the law to block President Trump from further military action in Iran. Johnson has already rejected calls to stage a vote on a bipartisan War Powers resolution and argues that Congress's input is unnecessary. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
California's on the clock to change the rules when it comes to who can play what sports.
The U.S. Department of Education says that California violated Title IX by allowing biological males to play in girls' sports. The announcement comes after a transgender athlete won several events at the high school state finals in track and field in Fresno. Feds are giving the State Department of Education and California Interscholastic Federation 10 days to change their policies or face legal action. I'm Jason Campidonia.
Vice President J.D. Vance is joking that critics of the Trump administration have a unique way of telling them how they really feel. During a Republican fundraising dinner in his home state of Ohio, Vance threw up the middle finger.
In Washington, D.C., they have this thing where I think it means we're number one in Washington, D.C., but all the pink-haired people throw up this sign. You know, that means we're number one, right? I choose to take that as that symbol in Washington.
Vance's gesture came the same day that President Trump used an expletive while speaking about Iran and Israel. I'm Anthony Lucero, and you've been listening to USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to MetaShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for MetaShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, right, as we roll into a brand new day. Yeah, we'll call it Friday Eve. It'll be a Thursday. Hello to Iron Duck. Check it in via YouTube this morning. Roll call. Truckers making my way toward the Twin Cities tonight. I've been hammered with rain for a good portion of the trip here. Keeps the rubber side down, 55 degrees in Merrill, Wisconsin. So, yep, things have cooled off for sure, right? 55, right? Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday Eve. Got the usual run tonight. Yeah, so far, some traffic and construction slowing things down. But we're hazy, 79 degrees on I-71 in the Bluegrass this morning. Looks like we're down to, where are we at, 74 outside the secret bunker here, Southwest Ohio. Another muggy night. Hey, hello to Gary, 78 in Southwest Ohio. Bob in Michigan, checking in. Good to have you with us. Let's see, Bradley. This Democrat running for New York City mayor isn't very so-called, quote, Muslim. It supports LGBTQ+, transgenderism, same-sex marriage. But the age group that came out and voted for this guy was in the 18 to 30-year-old category. It's kind of what Pappy was saying there. It's the new college grads and whatnot. Let me see. He said the Jews, the Catholics, they're not going to go for him. Como was a loser after what he did during the COVID. Obviously, this was kind of predictable. But this guy is definitely a communist. I don't know, maybe the people will, between now and November, hopefully the word will get out. Let's see, who else on board this morning? Hello to Gerald chiming in. Good to have you on board once again. Promised we'd get to Junior as we get the new hour underway. Morning, Junior.
What's going on, Steve? I just listened to Monkey Gouger. You know, I was on and operator for about 34 years and got rid of went to a company. And I'm making more money I did for being on my own truck, but I had to do a road test. Got in that brand new International pulling doubles. I got in the seat, got a seatbelt on. I started looking around. I thought the buttons were on the dash or something. I said, "Well, you're gonna have to tell me where the reverse and drive is on this thing. I never drove automatic before."
Mm-hmm.
He just laughed and showed me. But then the brakes, about threw us out of the seat with the disc brakes on these trucks. My truck never had disc brakes. Man, I hit them brakes like the jerk us right out of the seat. I thought, damn. But yeah, it was funny when I got in that truck the first time. But boy, I don't miss it. Only thing I miss is my truck speed. But I wish I'd done it a long time ago. Got out of it. But every time you seem like you saved money, somewhere to break down. That was it.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
But I done it so long, I was afraid to make a change. That was the biggest thing. You do it so long, it's time to make a change, and you're afraid to do it. But well, I'm glad I finally did it. But yeah, I just thought it was funny about Monkey Gouger, talking about that automatic.
Mm-hmm.
But, I love them. It's less work you got to do. I know that.
Right.
But that's about it, Gary. Take off. This is my last night. Take off a couple of days for going up to Wisconsin Dale. So, you know, I took more time off here than I have going my own truck.
There you go.
So, big difference, yeah.
Yeah.
But I just thought I'd comment on that. But this never drove automatic before. Before you get in one, you don't know. It's like starting all over again. So, but that ain't bad.
Well, Junior, it's good to hear from you this morning. Thanks for checking in. Be safe out there, and don't be a stranger, as they say, right? All right, the rest of the story mentioned Wednesday officially kicked off enforcement of the English language proficiency standards, with the FMCSA intensifying, signaling some major operational changes for the industry. As of June 25, drivers who fail, as we know, to meet these requirements face immediate grounding, potentially straining trucking capacity, increasing tender rejections, and driving up national truckload rates. Now, who's going to complain if the rates start going up? Nobody. Now, FreightWaves estimates that 10% of truck drivers currently fall short of the DOT's English proficiency standards. That's a pretty big number, 10%. This could have widespread impact. Now, the FMCSA's directive, according to FreightWaves, is already reshaping the industry. FreightWaves' sonar data shows a 6% tender rejection rate, indicating a balanced market. However, stricter enforcement threatens this equilibrium. Trucking companies are revising their hiring policies to prioritize candidates who meet the ELP standards. Stricter enforcement is likely to reduce the pool of qualified drivers, which ultimately would shrink trucking capacity. This could increase tender rejections, giving carriers more leverage to select loads and influencing the tender rejection index. Now, the effects on truckload rates, reducing trucking capacity, is expected to push national truckload rates higher. The National Truckload Index currently stands at 227 a mile. Due to limited truck availability, rates are likely to follow as tender rejections rise. Carriers will likely use these tightening conditions to adjust pricing to offset cost tied to compliance. Fleet operators should act proactively, provide language training for non-English speaking drivers, which can ensure compliance and maintain operations. Staying updated on the FMCSA policies through resources like the ELD and safety page will be essential for adapting to these changes. As English language proficiency enforcement intensifies, shippers need to prepare for potential capacity shortages here in the coming months. So day number one in, it's going to take some time, and we'll see how things shake out on the industry as a whole there as they begin to weed some of these out. Good morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. You mean Swift and Schneider and JB and all these companies are going to have to go hire linguists? So when they have their ads out there at the truck stop, back in the day, they used to have these, we're hiring drivers. They're going to put in their linguist as well. It makes you wonder, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Steve, when you sit in a vehicle and you look at everything that's in the vehicle, I don't care if it's a car or truck here, is everything in, what language is everything in when you buy that vehicle?
Everything in
like
English.
All your gauges, everything's...
It's all in English
That's
for
right.
me. Yeah.
All right. It's all in English. Now, let me ask you this. I don't have the pleasure of dealing with an ELD, but all of our drivers, I'd like to ask them the question out there. They're dealing with the ELD. What language is the ELD in? When you look at that ELD, what is it in? I remember when I used to deal with a Qualcomm. I believe everything on that Qualcomm, if I'm not mistaken, when I worked at Avert Express, was in English.
Mm-hmm.
So if all that stuff is in English, why aren't we proficient in it? Does that make sense? I mean, am I thinking wrong for thinking like that, Steve? But it's set up that way. Everything's set up that way. If I go over to Spain and I get in a truck in Spain, I'm pretty sure that everything is going to be in Spanish in Spain, right?
I would presume.
All right.
Yeah.
So,
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, I'm just using it as an example here, but that's why people are not really looking at the big picture with this and understanding what's going on with it. That's what's going on with it. Now, we had a double header yesterday. We had the Axiom rocket in the morning, which I was on here and we talked about it.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had one in the afternoon. We had a SpaceX go off. Everything was great and everything. And I want to comment about this deal with New York. And I know people are going to get mad with me and they're going to get upset. I'm sorry, but I got to do this and I got to say it. You know what happens when people get upset like that fella earlier that you had to dump off the deal because of his language? They come down here to Florida, right, Steve?
Mm-hmm.
They get frustrated with where they're living at up there. And in the last few years, it's been documented, they tend to come down here to Florida. Okay? So I've got a little tip for anybody that wants to move to Florida right now. And I want everybody to understand it. It's one word that's come out. And it's something you have to look at when you move down here now. If you are going to a place and they have the word moratorium in any of their stuff that's on the news, you check your socials, you check all this stuff, and it has the word moratorium in it, chances are you're not going to move to that place. Now, do you know what that word means, Steve?
Moratorium.
Mm-hmm. What we're doing down here now is we're finally getting a little smart, and we're putting moratoriums on growth. So essentially what we're doing is we're slowing down growth down here now. We're stopping it in some instances. We've got towns down here that the infrastructures cannot handle the amount of people that are coming into them. Okay? So what's happening is we've got, case in point, one little town over here called Ashtabula. It's up by Mount Dora in that area there, Leesburg area, up in that area. They're running out of water, Steve. They've had water problems before, and they've tried to rectify their infrastructure over the years, but the growth has got so much, it's just dominated, so they've running out of water now. We're seeing it with these storms. They noticed with flooding. Oh my God, we got places flooding that are not normally flooding. Well, they're putting moratoriums on building, so we are stopping building happening, growth. We are stopping it to fix what needs to be fixed so we can get more people in it. I don't have a problem with anybody coming down here, but that's what happens. People get frustrating things in these other places like New York, Chicago, San Francisco, LA. They get frustrated with all the junk that goes on up there, like what you're seeing with this deal with this mayor. Mm-hmm. There are going to be a lot of influx of people moving down here. You know, it's just a thing. And I'm seeing it a lot down here. I mean, I don't mind people coming down here. I really don't. You know, I'm fourth generation Floridian. Hey, it is what it is. If you want to, dude, come on down. But understand, you know, you might think you're getting away from something up there, but you're coming into something that might be down here. The grass isn't always greener on the other side, if you know what I mean.
Okay.
And that's a lot of people that aren't looking at the big picture. You know, and there's going to be a lot of people burned up with this guy, especially if the guy gets in office. I think this is a primary, right? Am I correct with saying
yes,
that?
Yes, so he'll be facing off in November against, there is another Democrat and there is a Republican. But, of course, the Democrat is the current mayor. They're not happy with him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you know, what's funny is I saw this from the other day when the deal with Iran, they went to a city that had a really high population of Iranians. And they talked to a bunch of them, you know, asking them what they thought about the regime and all that stuff. And they asked this one gentleman, would you ever go back to Iran if the regime changed in a positive way? He said, absolutely not. He said, I am American now. I'm not Iranian. And he said, I don't want to go back to that. He said, even though I have family there. but I want to stay where I'm at right now. This is where I'm going to die at. And that's exactly the words the man said. This is the place where I'm going to die at. So, you know, like I said, the grass isn't always greener on the other side. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it is. So, but that's all I got tonight. And I'll catch y'all later. Y'all have a good weekend, and I'll talk to you next week.
Very good. All right. And I believe the current mayor there in Newark, he's the current mayor. He's not running as a Democrat. He's running as an independent, right? So he will be running as an independent. You know, this guy that won the primary on Tuesday, he is the Democrat nominee. Then you've got, of course, the Republican nominee that, well, in New York City doesn't much stand a chance, right? We'll be back in too.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Alrighty, meanwhile, see what's going on with Brain Dead. Morning, Brain Dead.
Hey, Steve, what's this bomb I kept hearing about you talking when I got back in the truck? I mean, did the Reds think that bad tonight, or did I miss something?
Now, what you heard? What now?
I got back in the truck and you said something about a bomb, and I thought the Reds just stunk it up tonight.
Well,
did I hear that right?
They did go down 7-1, I think it was. So, hey, but we took 2 out of 3.
Well, my Cards didn't do much better, but no. Real quick, I sent you a story out of Mississippi down here about an Iranian national. Did you see that?
Yeah, and I think he was one of 11 that were arrested here and there around the country over the weekend.
Yeah, I think so too. But now let me switch gears here for a minute. Did you happen to see what happened with the Diamondbacks? I think it's second baseman Kevon Marte. Did you hear about this?
Not ringing a bell, no.
All right. The Diamondbacks and the White Sox were playing, and I believe they were in Chicago when this went down. They were in between innings. And he was on the field, and some 22-year-old punk kid, as a White Sox fan, I guess, started throwing all kind of racial slurs and really bashing his mom, who had died about 5 years ago in a car wreck, and he became very visibly disturbed by all of this. And I think the White Sox in baseball got it right, and I want to say this. Now, I'm a Cardinals fan, Rick's a Reds fan, Dingbat's a Cubs fan, Brother Rambler's a Braves fan, etc. I mean, we can keep going on about just sports in general. There's always a thin line you do not cross, whether it's trash talking the player or another fan. I mean, me and Dingbat, we go back and forth, and we've got stuff that we don't put on Facebook, social media, or even say to anywhere else, even in public. We just kind of let it stay between us. And that was totally wrong. And I think baseball did the right thing in kicking that kid out of all these parks.
So they kind of did like a ban, lifetime ban from his attending games?
Correct.
Interesting.
Correct. At any park. It doesn't matter if it's the Fenway Park, Wrigley Field. It doesn't matter. He's done. And I bet that should be a really hard stance. And that's the way it should be. I mean, I know that's probably what the owners would agree to as well. I know they really took that hard stance, what was it, a year or two ago when the Yankees fan that had the rip the ball out of the Dodgers glove. That was really nice that they really great that they did that, and it's great that they're actually stepping up and using their testicular fortitude on some of this stuff.
There you go.
It's like the whole fight. It's like the whole fighting thing. They've really cracked down on that, because remember back in the day, and maybe Rick can go back with me or Brother Rambler, it wasn't uncommon to see a benches clearing brawl at least one series. It wasn't uncommon, but you got a break coming up. You want to come back for some NASCAR?
All right, yeah, because NASCAR. Did they change the name of Atlanta Motor Speedway or something? Because I was looking at the schedule, and what do they call that? It's Echo Park Speedway, Hampton, Georgia. Hampton, I thought that is Atlanta, right? Okay, then the following weekend, yeah, Eagle was asking. Look, that's the Chicago street race there over the July 4 weekend.
USA Radio News, I'm Lance Pry. President Trump has revealed a new intelligence report that shows the United States strike on Iran's nuclear sites obliterated its capabilities. This comes as Fox News reports the Trump administration will limit the sharing of classified information with Congress due to intelligence leaks. The Trump administration is suing regional judges in Maryland over an order that blocks the immediate removal of any detained immigrant who requests a court hearing. The Justice Department filed the lawsuit against the chief judge of the U.S. District Court in the region of Maryland. The administration has asked for a court ruling that would make the order unlawful, as well as an injunction to stop its enforcement. The Justice Department is also seeking to have the judges recuse themselves and the case transferred out of the Maryland court. In Las Vegas, Nevada, I am Lance Pry. We are USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
MediShare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with MediShare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
But I keep telling people love MediShare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for MediShare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE 40.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, we'll pick it back up there. Where'd we leave off? Oh, yeah, a little NASCAR action. So did I miss something, or did they change the name of Atlanta Motor Speedway? Echo Park?
Good question, Senator. Follow me here when I'm going to break it down for you. Now, Atlanta Motor Speedway was one of the SMI tracks. SMI was owned by Bruton Smith. Bruton Smith here passed away, I think about 3 years ago or so.
Mm-hmm.
Every SMI was left in control of Marcus Smith. Now, I think it was last year or early this year, they sold off the rights to Atlanta Motor Speedway to this, I think it's Echo Brands.
Okay.
Echo Brands is owned by the brother of Marcus Smith. So have we followed the money here, Steve?
Okay. It's all in the family.
So yeah. It's. I imagine Christmas time is very interesting, but yeah, we have the Chicago Street Race, then Sonoma. Two of my favorite tracks. I really like these tracks. You know, me being a road course nut and all. But I did see a blurb or two about the whole charter lawsuit, Steve. So go ahead and get your bubble wrap helmet on, and it's going to get deep and quick. So apparently the judge dismissed the countersuit by the teams, because, like I said, they wanted their cake and eat it too. Now, the teams have also petitioned the 13 other teams who are not part of this lawsuit for all their financial records. Well, 11 of those teams, pretty much gave the middle finger and said, "Bye, go away. We're not going to give you our information." And I'm going to tell you this: if you ever want information about anything with a NASCAR team, but you get better luck getting information out of the CIA. So anyway, they're trying to fight that. They're trying to get a judge to make a ruling on that. They're also trying to get information out of IndyCar, and I think IndyCar is going to turn over some of their stuff. And I think a guy by the name of Bob Santos is not blocking it. There's a word I'm looking for, and I can't think of it, on his financials. Now, if I'm guessing right, he is probably one of the part suppliers for IndyCar and NASCAR. Now, I could be wrong. I got to do a little research, but I imagine that's going to be all of that. And what it is, and like I've said before, and I want to say it again, I've said 100 times, they need to come together and redo this whole shooting match again, because like we said, that NBA team sold for like $10 billion. This could go into the team's favor if they say, "Hey, look, these teams now are only worth $40 million. If we could change the charter, make it a permanent charter, and grow, we can go forward." Because the thing that's killing NASCAR, Steve, is itself. That's what's killing NASCAR. Because you go back, like I go back to NASCAR. Back in the day, you'd go into the local grocery store, and there's a cardboard cutout of Dale Sr., right?
Absolutely.
There's not that anymore. The Coca-Cola Racing family does not exist, if I remember right. So the problem is the sponsors are failing to connect with the fans. Because back in the day, if you had, say, a new Kroger store open or Walmart or whoever, they would get some driver come into town with the show car, sign autographs from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., and down the road they went. There was a lot more connection with the fans. Now there's not. Everything now is B2B, business to business. That's all it is. And the fans are slowly being turned away from it because they want to go meet their favorite driver. If you go to the track now with all these current drivers, Kyle Busch, I think, I don't know, I'll leave him out. But if you look at the old school drivers, the Mark Martins, the Sterling Marlins, etc., they would be at the autograph trailer signing autographs till whenever. And that kind of reminds me, Steve. Did you hear the big news in the world of NASCAR today?
I did not.
Larry McClure from Morgan McClure Racing passed away today.
Oh.
And if you don't know, he was a team owner, won the 91, 94, 95 Daytona 500s. So one of the great legends as far as ownership in the world of motorsports. Now, real quick, and I'll let you go. You didn't see any of the Amazon coverage of the last few races, did you?
None whatsoever.
Okay, I caught most of the races, and I tell you this, and I don't know Eagle and how he thinks about any of it, but I really liked the coverage. I really, really did. There was a lot of good camaraderie, a lot of more connection with the drivers, a longer post-race show, and I know we're going to TNT, and then I think it's USA and then NBC, and I understand the networks have the time slot that they got to put all this in, but you're going to see eventually more of this go to streaming. More of this. This was just a test run, and they did a phenomenal coverage. The camaraderie in the booth. I mean, with Dale Jr., Steve Letarte, and I can't think of the other gentleman's name. It was really great. It was just a breath of fresh air, because now everybody else has to step up their game. Because when Fox came in 2001, CBS had to step up their game because Fox brought their A game. And I know that network TV, they have a schedule to run. They have a time slot. You know, they go to NASCAR and say, okay, we're going to run this race at 3 p.m. We're going to do this one at 1 p.m. Whereas back in the old school days, NASCAR went to network and say, sorry, we're doing this one at 3 and this one at 1 or whatever.
Yeah.
And when TV came in there with a boatload of cash, they said, hey, you know, we're going to dictate how things go. So I really would like to see more on Amazon, or maybe some of these networks actually take a page out of what Amazon did, Steve.
So we could be looking at NASCAR on Paramount Plus or Peacock. And there's so many different streaming services out there, but you got to pay. Yeah, pay a monthly fee to view them. Obviously, with the Amazon, you get the Prime if you have a Prime membership. But aside from that, you got to pay for the service. Here's a great example of the English language proficiency that just started being enforced this past day. Earlier this week, the Jennings County Sheriff's Office charging a truck driver who allegedly entered a construction area after bypassing several signs, causing a significant safety risk. The reported traffic hazard, State Road 7, about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. This would have been on the 23rd. So what was that, Tuesday? Monday? Deputies arrived. They discovered a 53-foot semi had unlawfully entered an active construction zone occupied by multiple dump trucks, heavy machinery, numerous construction workers. The driver had bypassed nine clearly posted warning signs, including notices of road closure, detour directions, rumble strips, and multiple barricades before entering the restricted zone. If you cannot read into English, you don't know what the signs say, though. Yeah, the incident, according to police, posed a significant safety risk. A 22-year-old California-based truck driver, identified by police as Ankush, was taken into custody, charged with reckless driving. I bet you Ankush could not read the signs. That's what we're dealing with out there. All right, it's 844-844-3388.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
You know, in California, they're also going to be electing a new governor. Continuing to see reports that, one Kamala Harris is debating on throwing her hat in a ring to be California governor. I got to ask, for the residents of that state, at what point do you say, we've been doing it all along. We've been supporting Democrat leadership for years and years and years, and you continue to go the wrong direction? I mean, the most expensive place to live in the country. Now get ready to be forking over more of your hard-earned money. California's gas taxes will rise on July 1st. And new low-carbon fuel standards will be taking effect. Are you ready? How much do you think gas prices will increase? Yeah, not a nickel, not 10 cents a gallon, not 20 cents. Gas prices will be pushed up by as much as 65 cents per gallon or more, forcing drivers to pay an estimated $6 per gallon. According to San Diego CBS affiliate KFMB Television, California drivers bracing for a substantial increase. Starting July 1, multiple new taxes and regulations taking effect. Experts divided on just how high prices will climb. But again, some estimates suggest it could reach $6 per gallon. The first factor contributing is a hike in the increase in the state's excise tax, which will rise by 1.6 cents per gallon. But this is just the beginning of the cost increases. A more significant impact will be from the Low Carbon Fuel Standard program approved by the Air Resources Board, aiming to reduce California's greenhouse gas emissions, but will result in stricter regulations on gas producers. Warnings have been circulating for weeks that gas prices could rise even higher in the state, perhaps as high as $9 per gallon. High taxes and fuel standards already make that state's gas the most expensive in the country. New taxes passed by the Democrat-controlled legislature, signed into law by Governor Newsom, no less, means there is no end in sight. One reason for the enthusiasm on the left for the gas taxes is the desire to drive consumers to the electric vehicle market. California had banned the sale of new gas-powered vehicles effective in 2035, yet drivers have been slow to buy the EVs, and Newsom's plan may be sunk by the sagging demand. That is insane. $9 per gallon. Good morning, Senor Heatwave.
Good morning, Senor. Well, here in Phoenix, and I'm glad they got the roads fixed and no more construction on the 10 from the east side. That's real nice. Everything went right by real smooth. $9 a gallon. Can we say COVID?
Right.
I mean that's how high it got when COVID was around. In these smaller areas like Ludlow, California, or even before then, where you got to buy our gas or it's another 100 miles either way to get gas. I mean, how much more are they going to charge for theirs? Because being as far out as they are, the fuel transporters, they're not going to just ship it over there for the same price. They're going to add their cost to deliver to these smaller places, out of the way places. And then it's just going to be, if it's $9 in the big cities, well, hell, it's going to be, what, $11, $12 a gallon outside? Well, you know what, California, you get what you voted for.
Yep.
You vote for stupid stuff, expect stupid stuff. And if you're going to be griping and complaining, oh, my gas prices are so high, look at yourself in the damn mirror if you voted for blue, you jackass. All right, well, enough of that. Well, the new roof that we got on our house leaks.
It leaks?
We just found, leaks, yes.
Oh, no.
I just found out today, Lady Heatwave sent me photographs of the back porch, and I mean a long line of leaking water on the ceiling. It's like, damn it. We just got done putting that roof on, and I guess we just got significant rains here recently, and it's found its way through something. So they're going to come out Saturday and go in the attic and find out where they screwed up. And I hope it's not bad, but I mean, anytime you've got, anyone else knows this, when you have insulation up there and you've got water coming through, there's going to be some significant damage, I'm afraid. And I mean, if they don't get it all, then we're going to get mold up there, and then all hell's going to break loose when I get done with them. So, yeah. Oh, Cuomo, he did say that he was going to run as an independent because he did qualify to do so. Now, how do you qualify to run as an independent? Did he just get that kind of vote where he, did he get 30%, 20% to qualify him for that?
I have no idea.
I don't know how it's doing. Neither do I. But these people that vote for the guy because he says he's going to raise the minimum wage to $30 an hour. Well, that sounds good. He's going to governmentize the grocery stores. Well, you're going to drive prices up either way. Because for everybody who has to pay $30 an hour is going to cut back on their employees. I mean, if they've got 10, they're going to cut back to 5. And they're going to be overworking those people. And then they're going to pay them overtime. Ugh. But, I mean, somehow, they're going to have to make a profit to stay in business. And then when they jack their prices up to meet, their costs, you're going to have these same damn crybabies out there screaming, we can't afford it. We need more money. Well, get a better damn job. Make the sacrifices. Put your butt in one of these damn seats out here and drive for a living. Well, I mean, it wouldn't be for a living. It'd be you drive for survival. That's what it would wind up being. I mean, when is enough going to be enough? And these kids that voted for... And these kids that voted for this socialist, communist, if they've gone to college, they damn sure didn't get any knowledge because they're not using their degree in their minds to figure out, well, yeah, everything else is going to go up. I mean, this alleged economics major from Boston University, AOC, she hasn't a clue what's going on in the real world. And while we're on the subject of those people, Jasmine Crockett, are you kidding me? She wants to be the head of the Democrat-controlled whatever. Did you hear she ran? And well, y'all probably been talking about this earlier. I just got on, but I understand that she was running for the leadership, I guess, of the Congress,
right?
Minority leadership, and lost big time. It's like, when you only get 70-something votes from your party, I think they're trying to tell you something. They are getting tired of your nonsense, too. Oh, let's see. Well, and then Trump with his big, beautiful bill, he's telling everybody, you ain't going home until this is worked out. There's going to be some, anyone who votes against it, for keeping the taxes where they're at permanently, taking taxes off of overtime, tips, and I guess Social Security's still in that mix too, right? I mean, anybody who votes against that really needs to be replaced by someone who has the idea of, yeah, you're right, Social Security's already been taxed. Now you're going to tax them again for drawing that money out? I'm sorry. I just don't see the logic in it. And as far as the people there saying, well, we need to be involved in these decisions. No, you don't. I mean, as CEO and of the country, which is supposed to be run as a business, there's going to be some things he's going to have to do on his own to get things done. We didn't go to war. We just bombed the living hell out of somebody. Oh, you can't do that, really.
It's been done 30-something times, according to what I've seen. 30-some-odd times that presidents have used military action without congressional authority.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The devastating U.S. strike on Fordo destroyed the site's critical infrastructure.
President Trump says he believes the conflict between Iran and Israel is over.
It was a 12-day war, and we think it's over. I don't think they're going to be going back at each other. I don't think so.
While speaking at the NATO summit in the Netherlands today, Trump says both nations were tired of the fighting and added he thinks the war ended when the U.S. carried out strikes on Iran. The president says he believes Iran is done trying to create nuclear weapons, and the U.S. could have taken over Iran's oil supply, but he says the country will need the money to get back on its feet. The Trump administration says it will limit the sharing of classified information with Congress. Republican Congressman Michael McCall of Texas does not like that idea.
We make the laws here. We're entitled to the classified information. The Intelligence and National Security Committees.
McCall chairs the House Foreign Affairs and Homeland Security Committees. Fox News reports the announcement comes on the heels of a leaked U.S. intel analysis claiming that Iran's nuclear program was only set back months, not years. McCall is speculating that the leak did not come from Congress, noting most leaks he's seen have come from the executive branch. Nearly 2 million student loan borrowers are at risk of getting their wages garnished this summer.
TransUnion reports 6 million borrowers are classified as newly delinquent as of April, meaning a borrower is 90 days behind on their payments. About a third of those newly delinquent could enter default as soon as July. Delinquency could lead to getting your paycheck garnished and withheld tax refunds. I'm Matt Mattinson.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 106 points. The S&P 500 fell by less than a point. The Nasdaq gained 61 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Speaker Mike Johnson asserts the War Powers Act is unconstitutional.
Johnson says he's persuaded by the argument of the act itself is unconstitutional. The Speaker of the House is pushing back against lawmakers in both parties who are invoking the law to block President Trump from further military action in Iran. Johnson has already rejected calls to stage a vote on a bipartisan War Powers resolution and argues that Congress's input is unnecessary. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
California's on the clock to change the rules when it comes to who can play what sports.
The U.S. Department of Education says that California violated Title IX by allowing biological males to play in girls' sports. The announcement comes after a transgender athlete won several events at the high school state finals in track and field in Fresno. Feds are giving the State Department of Education and California Interscholastic Federation 10 days to change their policies or face legal action. I'm Jason Campidonia.
Vice President J.D. Vance is joking that critics of the Trump administration have a unique way of telling them how they really feel. During a Republican fundraising dinner in his home state of Ohio, Vance threw up the middle finger.
In Washington, D.C., they have this thing where I think it means we're number one in Washington, D.C., but all the pink-haired people throw up this sign. That means we're number one, right? I choose to take that as that symbol in Washington.
Vance's gesture came the same day that President Trump used an expletive while speaking about Iran and Israel. I'm Anthony Lucero, and you've been listening to USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to MetaShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for MetaShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Time was money in 4.1 Pro Stock. The Nelsons, you should have heard them just around midnight. And move over, boys. Nurse Abby is breaking. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report. The largest multi-class payout ever took place Saturday night at 300 Raceway in Farley, Iowa, as the Farley Nationals, presented by Raider Implement, drew to their conclusion before a raucous crowd and in view of the tractor pulling universe on Full Pull Live. 6 competitors made history as they each held winners' checks totaling $50,000 as part of a 3-night purse well in excess of $750,000. First to experience the thrill and bewilderment of pulling's largest first prize was Rob Foster of Fairgrove, Michigan. His Simply Red 4-wheel drive was dominant, winning their Thursday heat from the leadoff position before returning Saturday and making a late charge to best Daniel Bosch's Midnight Raider and Lisa Peterson's Profab.
My dad got me into this mess, and he always thought we were all crazy for going all over the country for nothing. I just know he's happy tonight, and also Roger Simon. This was his dream also, and we're so happy to be able to do it, and I just cannot believe it.
Then came the 4.1 Pro Stocks and another 2-hook sweep. Dean Liskey's Killing Time also converted a prelim win into a mid-class draw and hung on through a dozen more tough limited pros to claim the crown.
It's unbelievable. I thought I was going to die.
Closest were Danny Barker's Rhapsody and Tony McDonald's Well Spent. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, the field was smaller but the climb no less stressful, especially on new dad Eric Stacy. He and Lily expected their child right around Farley time. Sure enough, they welcomed the daughter last week. And we'll let Eric tell it.
They're home watching. I can't tell you how great this last week's been for me. Best time of my life. When this all come about, she said, "You're going. I believe in you. You can do it."
Todd Dugan's Angry Shine and Cody Lee's Kong also got 5-figure rewards for their efforts. In CM Pulling Tires Modified Mini, this is becoming a habit, Abby Leichner. A winner of previous $10,000 prizes in Bowling Green and Louisville, the registered nurse from Weldon, Illinois, is earning her reputation as Big Money Abby.
Everyone's been working their butts off while I get to work and just sit in the seat. Yeah, I'm just super excited to be here.
Pro Stock veteran Peter Norton was second with his Little Hurricane, while all-time winnings driver Adam Bauer's Iron Toy was third. The Nelson family of Altamont, Illinois brought a caravan of trucks to Farley, and it paid off in a Gatorade shower over Jared and his Midnight Revenger Chevrolet after they established their 10-foot winning margin.
You know, our goal was just to make it to Saturday night, and we never dreamed we'd get to Saturday with all 4 trucks plus the minis.
Second was 2023 Grand National champ Donnie Sullivan and Big Stick, and Nathan Faust's Hang Time was third. And in Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, you may now resume breathing as the Lemke.
Well, I think I came out of the hole pretty good, and then she just picked up and went, and I tried not to touch a brake, and next thing you know, I'm going 332. And she felt good. I'm just tickled pink about it.
Lemke and his family's new generation plus John Deere best of the Rowan team's High Limit and Lemke Motorsports affiliate John Link's Revelation Pro in a battle royale of the toughest 22 Pro Stocks in the nation. This week, it's back to points pulling with number 50 playing another substantial role. It's the 50th anniversary of the Budweiser Dairyland NTP Super Nationals at Recreation Park in Tomah, Wisconsin, in 5 sessions from Thursday through Saturday, June 26th through the 28th. Visit TOMAHTractorPull.com for ticket and camping info, FullPull.live for the online broadcast, and NTPAPULL.com or the NTPA mobile app for all the rest. There's also regional action in Arcola, Indiana, those same 3 nights, as well as in Cadiz, Ohio on Thursday. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dunlap. So there you have it. Indeed, it starts today. As you just mentioned, the Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals, Tomah, Wisconsin. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So there you go. Action gets underway today. I know they are in a region of the country where, Mother Nature may be throwing a monkey wrench in some of the pooling events, aka some showers, thunderstorms potentially there. So we'll keep our fingers crossed. Okay, back to the calls here as a new hour is underway. Chris, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. I think I can give you a little insight as to how New York got so screwed up. One thing the heat wave just brought up about Cuomo talking about qualifying. What they have up there is 8-to-1 matching funds. And I think he's right. You got to reach a certain level. But you raise $1 and the city gives you $8 to campaign with. And that's what Adams got in trouble over. Supposedly they banned him for that, but he's suing. But the other thing is, have you ever heard of ranked choice voting?
I have, and it's kind of screwy. I mean, technically, do they even have the ranked choice figured out yet? Because it takes several days, I think, to get it sorted out.
Well, they only have it in the primaries, but basically, what it sounds like to me is it guarantees you that everybody's last choice, because you got three guys getting 30%. You have to get 50% of the vote. You got three guys. What's your number 2 choice? What's your number 3 choice? Well, what they end up with is everybody's number 4 choice. It's crazy, because he got, the most. Everybody says, this guy's my second favorite, that guy's my third favorite. And pretty much, probably this guy ended up on the bottom of everybody's ballot. And that's the way he got over 50%. That's how Adams got in there.
The ranked choice is really, that is a really screwy, I mean, I remember, talking about it here when Adams first got in there, but yeah, I'd have to go refresh my memory on how that all works out. Yeah, second choice, third choice, and until somebody gets 50%.
Yeah, to me, I mean, you basically are guaranteed everybody's least favorite choice. It seems like to me is automatically going to get the most votes. That's why they said with a lot of candidates in the field, anything could happen. Because they all split the top votes, and nobody gets the required 50%.
Yeah.
But I think Monkey Gouger might be retiring because he doesn't want to learn English. Just kidding.
There you go. That's right. Some folks have a hard time understanding his English from time to time, but.
Yeah. All right, Steve. That's all. I wanted to throw that in there.
All right. Well, thanks for chiming in, Chris. Appreciate you listening in, joining us here on a Thursday morning. All right. So, President Trump hailing what he called a historic, monumental win for the United States, Europe, and Western civilization as the NATO alliance agreed to his demand to equalize the burden of common defense with a 5% of GDP floor on military spending for the members. Speaking as he was about to depart The Hague to return to the U.S., Trump saluted a highly productive NATO summit. In his words, particularly noted he came away with a changed perspective on European defense. The centerpiece of the summit, the first major NATO meeting in years, was the adoption of a new floor for spending by member states on their own and collective defense. Now, while members have been expected to spend 2% or more of their own GDP on defense up until now, that has now more than doubled to 5% of GDP, even if the new figure will include new types of spending not previously considered to count as defense spending. portrayed as a major victory for President Trump, who's been working to get NATO's European and Canadian members to shoulder more of the burden for over a decade. He said tremendous things have been accomplished, as you probably noticed, in a historic milestone. The NATO allies committed to dramatically increase their defense spending to that 5% GDP. This is monumental. It's a win for the United States because we were carrying much more than our fair share. But it's also a big win for Europe and Western civilization. When NATO allies met, the Hague Defense Commitment is what it was called. It will add more than $1 trillion per year to our common defense. While other NATO members taking more of the cost burden is good for U.S. taxpayers, it's also good for American business. As the president pointed out, U.S. defense contractors will benefit from new orders. Evidently, discussions were held during the closed leaders' session away from the cameras, which had an outsized impact on Trump's thinking on NATO and European defense. He said he left the summit yesterday with a new perspective. He said, I came because it's something I'm supposed to do, but I leave here a little bit different. I watched the heads of these countries get up, and the love and the passion they showed for their countries was unbelievable. I'd never seen anything quite like it. They want to protect their country, but they need the United States. Without the United States, it's not going to be the same. It was very moving to see that. They were actually respectful to me. Yeah, I left here saying these people love their countries. It's not a ripoff. We're here to help them protect their country. So that's pretty interesting. Day number one, or I guess just, was it a one-day deal? Because he's there and gone, I guess back in D.C. by now. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here for Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, let's get back to the phones. Let's see what Nick has going on. What's up, Nick?
Hey, good morning, Steve. How you doing?
I can't complain.
It's good to be on with you.
Yeah.
I wanted to give a shout out to Eskimo Mom and all the guys I met through this show. I'm so blessed to know these people. blind man who'll probably be calling in a little while. Just want to let you know, you're now on the Grace Internet Radio database, so you're on their internet radios now. That happened today. So they carry your feed on there.
And what's it called? The Greatest Internet Radio?
No, the Grace Internet Radio. It's
Grace.
They have a couple. Yeah. Huh?
Okay.
And they just listed you today on their database. So
how about that? That's cool.
When you get one of those sets, your show comes. All you have to do is type in your name, Sommers, and it comes up.
Grace.
They carry the live feed. So.
Digital Internet Radio. Okay, Grace. I'd not heard of that before. So okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, they're out of San Diego. They're out of San Diego. So your audience is expanding.
So did you and the blind? Is that you and Blind Man that were working on trying to get that done?
Well, yeah, Blind Man and I, we're trying to get you on the air here in the Baltimore area. I wrote the letter today to Grace, and they listed you today. So we're trying to get you on the air here locally. So I've written letters, and we're still working on that. So
okay,
eventually it'll get there. So we're both working on that. So.
Very interesting.
You got a great show and a great audience, and just a great bunch of people. And I'll tell you what, I can't wait till 8:00 Eastern when that press conference comes on, and they really go after CNN again. And it's just, I'm really loving the way this administration is really fighting back. It's just. It's great to see.
Gonna be interesting.
Carrie Lake at that.
Do you think that
Carrie Lake today up on Capitol Hill?
Yep. Do you think they may have the leaker to be? That they may announce who the leaker was this morning, or?
I'm not sure. I think they know who it is, though.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure they know who it is. And it's probably somebody. I heard last night that they thought it was somebody in Congress.
Well, that's.
So,
when they announce
that,
when they say we're going to limit sharing classified information with Congress, that's kind of along the lines of what I was thinking. So, some member of Congress, maybe, or.
Yeah. So that was the indication last night. That came out last night. I think President Trump put something on Truth Social about it. So I think something, and they really need to go after these people. They need to go after them. Well, of course, the FBI is in on it now, and I think they've got so many things they've got to do. But it is amazing. They're going to clean this mess up.
Yep.
And this is treason. And something needs to be done about CNN and MSNBC because they're putting people in danger, including the president. And that's just not tolerable.
Well, I appreciate the call this morning, Nick. I'm looking here. So tell me, Grace Digital, is that you have to have like a special receiver to pick that up, some sort of thing? What is that?
No, it's an internet radio device. It's like a radio, but it just picks up internet streams.
Okay.
And podcasts, and they have a fantastic database. They keep adding stations, and when I see something, I write in there, and they add it right away. And I got the link to your site, and I sent it in, and they put it in there today, this afternoon. So, yeah, it's an internet radio. It hooks into the internet, and they have portables and they have table models.
Mm-hmm.
But it's fantastic. I mean, This way you get a direct feed, your direct feed. I guess they get it from your website or your app. That's where I sent the link from. So
excellent. All right, that's pretty.
How they listed it.
Very good. That's pretty cool. Thank you very much for helping us out there. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking. I guess you can buy this stuff. You've got something called a Grace Digital Legacy Solo Internet Radio. There's, like you said, there's portable models. Yes, wireless smart speaker, Grace Digital. I had never heard of them before. A consumer electronics company based in San Diego with research and development locations in England, Taipei, Taiwan, and Seoul, Korea. Founded in 2007. I'll have to learn more. Yeah, he mentioned the leak of classified information. Why would they want to limit what they share with Congress, which kind of lends me to believe somebody down the line there, maybe in Congress, is leaking some of this info in the aftermath of the intelligence assessment leak. President Trump claims we're going to limit sharing classified information with Congress this past day. The leak of that preliminary Defense Intelligence Agency battle damage assessment enraged Trump, who said it was incomplete. Its release was meant only to undercut his claims that the nuclear sites had been obliterated. We are declaring a war on leakers, according to one senior White House official. The intelligence community is figuring out how to tighten up this process so we don't have these deep state actors leaking parts of intel analysis that have low confidence out to the media. The sources claim they're planning to limit posting on something called CAPNet, C-A-P-N-E-T, CAPNet, which is a system that the administration uses to share classified information with Congress. This after the DIA's assessment on the Iran bombings was put out on CAPNet late Monday. The next day, CNN, the New York Times, reporting parts of it. Some of them saying that Tehran's nuclear program had only been set back by a matter of months, not obliterated. Another administration official said that almost as soon as we put the information on CAPNet, it leaks. There's no reason to do this again. Trump criticizing the coverage of the DIA leak this past day, as did Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio, and of course, again, 8 o'clock this morning, just a few hours away, some sort of big press conference. And I can kind of envision Hegseth and Rubio presenting either digital slides or photographs, more of the intelligence analysis that had come out, because there was a whole bunch more information unveiled this past day from the Israeli side, the much anticipated on the results of the U.S. airstrike on Fordell from the Israeli intelligence side once again, a.k.a. the Mossad, where they've actually got boots on the ground. More on that coming up here. First, we are at Newsbreak, just like that, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The devastating U.S. strike on Fordell destroyed the site's critical infrastructure.
President Trump says he believes the conflict between Iran and Israel is over.
It was a 12-day war, and we think it's over. I don't think they're going to be going back at each other. I don't think so.
While speaking at the NATO summit in the Netherlands today, Trump says both nations were tired of the fighting and added he thinks the war ended when the U.S. carried out strikes on Iran. The president says he believes Iran is done trying to create nuclear weapons, and the U.S. could have taken over Iran's oil supply, but he says the country will need the money to get back on its feet.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 106 points. The S&P 500 fell by less than a point. The Nasdaq gained 61 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, back with the lovely Dingbat. Morning, Dingbat.
Good morning. How are we doing?
I'm doing all right. Is this like an off night for you? You're spending time at the home all by yourself or with the hounds?
They're asleep, so I guess I'm home alone.
Oh.
And I think brain dead's between lost and found. Who knows?
Yeah, right. Typical.
Yeah, that's typical for him. That's nothing new. But y'all know that we lost Fred Smith Saturday.
Correct. Saw that.
Yeah, it really hit everybody at work the other day, and I'm still not grieving, but I mean I'm hearing it from the workers. Like, I don't brag about much, but I knew his private chauffeur when he started FedEx.
Uh-huh. So
me and her have been talking back and forth. Like, how? Go ahead.
Was he in ill health, or was it kind of sudden, or did he have a heart attack? I hadn't really heard what happened.
Natural causes.
Okay.
Natural causes.
Yeah.
And I've been messaging her here and there, like, how are you holding up? And it's really hitting home because she's sending me all these pictures. I'm like, wow. I mean, he started this in 1977. Like, the things have changed since then. And of course, I work on the ramp at FedEx, and you see, I didn't know you see where he first started here, then he added another assortment center, then another assortment center. And it's kind of mind blowing, let's just say that way.
He is an example of an incredible success story because he had an idea.
Oh, yeah.
When he came out of college with this idea, and he actually put it in motion, and, well, FedEx is what it is today, a monster.
Ran with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you have Hulu, look up the businesses that made America. And I think FedEx used to be Federal Express.
Mm-hmm.
When you talk about old school, it's FedEx and UPS. Now, I can do a joke if FedEx and UPS join together, be fed up.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, it's just weird. I mean, I know Brain Dead gave some specs about what goes on at FedEx, and it's just, like I said, FedEx sits on the Memphis International Airport, which they're thinking about naming Fred Smith. I mean, in honor of Fred Smith, they're thinking about renaming it. But it's just weird. Like, I told one of the workers the other day, I said, it's hard to believe 1.5 million packages come in here a night. And, I know it sounds weird. I don't see it, but I do. Because I only go around, like, maybe 3 assortment centers, and there's, like, maybe about 4 or more around there that I can't go around because of our contract. But I saw it through another contract I was with. But It's just mind blown. And there's like 250 airplanes that come in there a night. So from 10 p.m. Central Daylight to 4 o'clock, about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, every 40 seconds, there's a plane coming through. And it's funny when I talk to Brain Dead sometimes, when I'm on break, I'm like, hold up, babe, there's a plane coming, hold on.
Yep.
Just when you get that good conversation, you're like, hold up.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's mind blown.
It's kind of like when we're in Louisville for the truck show. They got the UPS hub there across the street, and like on Thursday and Friday,
right?
Literally, I mean, the planes are taking off all day, and then all night long, one after another, coming in at that airport. I'm guessing that's what Memphis is like.
Yeah, because you got to think about, he started FedEx in Memphis, and he just did a lot of stuff for the community. I mean, he helped small businesses like this. I don't know if you got the story about the Big League Moving Services. He helped them get them off the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, he helped the community. I don't want to say it the wrong way. He put his money where his mouth is and ran with it by helping small businesses. And, that's where it became FedEx Forum or FedEx St. Jude Classic. I mean, he did a lot for the community that people just, he had a big impact.
Yeah.
And I'm very grateful to have a contract through a wonderful company, but also through FedEx. I do appreciate what they do for us.
Well, Dingbat, I appreciate the update this morning. It was kind of a sad loss. And like I said, I wasn't familiar if he had been in ill health. I know he had kind of stepped down. He was still, I guess, he's on the board or whatever there at the end. But all right, let's see. Yeah, here's the latest on the leaker. CNN, of course, spent the day Tuesday saying that Trump used the term "we obliterated their nuclear facilities," and our intelligence assessment says no, we might have only set them back by a few months. Now, the assessment, which had not been previously reported, produced by the Defense Intelligence Agency, which is the Pentagon's intelligence arm, based on what they say damage assessment conducted by Central Command. According to one of the sources at CNN, they said, based on unnamed sources, Iran's stockpile of enriched uranium was not destroyed. The centrifuges are intact for the most part. They kind of hedged by saying that the analysis is ongoing. It could change as more intelligence becomes available. Trump addressed the issue at the NATO summit yesterday, stating Israel is doing a report on it, I understand. And I was told they're saying it was totally obliterated. They have guys that go in there after the hit, and they said it's total obliteration. Caitlin Collins asked Trump, are you relying on Israeli intelligence for your assessment on the impact? And he said, no, this is also Iran making the statement. And if you read the DIA document that was given, that Pete Hegseth can talk about, the document said they could be very severe damage, but CNN didn't take that. They said it was limited or could be very severe. They really didn't know. Since then, we've collected additional intelligence. We've also spoke to people who have seen the site, and the site is obliterated. Everything nuclear is down there. They didn't take it out. Now, he told Collins she should be commending the military for a job well done. In a separate story, yesterday, the CNN reported on Israel's Atomic Energy Commission concluding the devastating U.S. strike on Fordo destroyed the site's critical infrastructure, rendered the enrichment facility inoperable. We assess the American strikes on Iran nuclear facilities combined with Israeli strikes on other elements of the nuclear program has set Iran's ability to develop weapons back by many years. The achievement can continue indefinitely if Iran does not get access to nuclear material. He then said, I just want to thank our pilots. They were maligned and demeaned by the fake news CNN. Also, Israel's Defense Force spokesman said this past day, and I quote, now I trust our intelligence analysis in the Intelligence Directorate and in the Air Force. I believe they've proven themselves to be accurate in recent weeks, and I can say that the assessment is we significantly damaged the nuclear program. I can say we set it back by years. I repeat, years. And Israel's Foreign Ministry spokesman said, our nuclear installations have been, this is Iran's Foreign Ministry spokesman saying, quote, our nuclear installations have been badly damaged. That's for sure. That was on an interview they gave to Al Jazeera this past day. So you get parts of the story, the rest of the story, and when the truth finally comes out, see, it's a totally different narrative, 24 hours. The change versus what CNN was trying to shovel down the American people's throats 2 days ago. All right, back with Vic here on a Thursday morning. What's happening, Vic?
Well, not a whole lot. guess it's a good thing you were pretty quick on the triggers there a while ago. But what I was calling about was about those New York City elections. But real quick on that defense thing, CNN and these other people, they are actually aiding and abetting and giving comfort to the enemy, because that's an old classic trick to where intelligence trick, counterintelligence, to where one person will say, we really beat them up and everything else, and that the counterpunch will say, well, no, not really. And the goal in that is to try to get the person that delivered the heavy punch to try to justify their position. And in so doing, they might reveal some of their intelligence assets. So I don't know if that's what's going on there or not, but I would have thought that people, that's such an old counterintelligence trick. I would have thought that people would have been aware of that. And however they pulled that off with the B-2s and the refueling tankers, and I'm sure they had some type of assets on the ground, satellites, that should stay under wraps for a long time, no matter what they say. And the other thing with that strike that's going on, remember, China is furnishing a lot of these missiles, or the technology for the missiles and everything. And as long as these other people that are furnishing these missiles to Iran to hit Israel with, then that means Iran has to come up with some money to pay for those, or some oil to send them. Iran has to come up with some money to pay to send them. And China is in the best of shape. So that would probably be a cheap way for China to get oil and evade the sanctions and everything. So there's several layers deep of all that. Just all I can say is just let people do their thing, and there's nothing really harmful going on to the United States or our allies or anything else. And the least you expose, the better off you are. But to go back to this New York City election, if I recall right, didn't New York and New York City say they would allow non-citizens to vote? So if that is true, I'm just curious how many of those people voted in that New York city election. And the other thing, I worked for some people from India, and they're in New York. They used to have what was called single room occupancy hotels. And the Indians bought up, they were shabby hotels. They bought them up, and New York City was spending an enormous amount of money on welfare, putting welfare recipients into those. The other thing is, as you know, they buy a lot of convenience stores and one thing and another. And it's pretty well known that they're, well, as one guy said, the reason we like to buy these stores is because it's so easy to cheat America. So this Indian guy, he's going to go to the Indian people in New York and say, we're going to take over your convenience store, your hotels. I'm not so sure that's going to go over too big with the Indian community. And the other thing is, I guess that the Republicans are just going to have to go back to negative campaigning. I was never much of a fan of that. But whenever an individual said he wanted to legalize sex workers, I can't believe that, because if you've ever seen some of those foreign brothels, it will absolutely turn your stomach. So, but they're in New York. They had what they call was a Manhattan meat market. And I don't know if you've seen those Covenant House commercials, to where that these people are picking up street kids and pimping them out. And there are people that try to get those kids off the streets, and they're literally under death threats by the pimps up there. So maybe it just needs to be exposed exactly what this guy is talking about, and go to the lowest of the low and the dirtiest of the dirtiest, and point out what he's talking about in legalizing sex workers. He's talking about trafficking kids. he's talking about violating the Mann Act, sending people across state lines for sexual purposes. And that's on the really dirty low side. And on the high side, it's well known on Wall Street they have the power lesbians, and they know who they are. So before we wind up with the New York Harbor and New Jersey Harbor up there in hands of people that are hostile to America, I guess this is one time to where it's going to come down to an out-and-out slugfest. And I agree with Monkey Gouges. The Republican Party is just going to have to hitch up their britches and get ready for a big fight. So that's just all I'll say for now there, Steve.
All right. And to answer your question in regards to the non-citizens voting, that had passed back in, 2021, and it was immediately challenged in the courts, and I had to go back and do a double check, but I thought we reported on that here several months ago, and indeed, yes, it was like March of this year where the New York State Supreme Court struck that down, not allowing what would have been like 800,000 citizens to vote in this mayoral as well as city council and school board elections. 6 of the 7 judges on the State Court of Appeals upheld an earlier ruling that found the city's statute unconstitutional. Again, passed in 2021, would have gone into effect in 2022, but was never implemented because it was challenged in court. It is facially clear that only citizens may vote in elections within the state of New York, according to the chief judge for the majority. Proponents of allowing legal permanent residents and those in the U.S. on work authorization to vote solely in local elections argue that it helps integrate migrants into American society, allowing them to vote on issues that are dear to them, such as their children's education or taxes. Taking that away is a grave injustice, according to the New York Immigration Coalition, one of the groups that had initially appealed the lower court's ruling. New York City was one of about 20 cities and towns, California, Maryland, Vermont, along with D.C., that indeed allow non-citizens to vote in some local elections. Those laws make it clear the vote would only be extended for local elections, noting that only U.S. citizens may vote in statewide and federal elections. So there are those pushing for this in various places around the country, but there's part and parcel the purpose of bringing in millions of non-citizens, because they can sway the vote when they get the right to do so. All righty, let's see, got time to squeeze another one in before top of the hour here. Good morning to the blind man.
Good morning, Steve. I heard Nick earlier, and we are really trying to push WCBM to play your show overnight. It would help if Horse Feathers gets involved and call WCBM since he is from Baltimore. I got to find his number and give him a shout sometime. But I just can't believe what's going on up in New York City. Yeah. You talk about my eyes being wide open. Well, the eyelids have been torn off, so to speak. That's how open they are. And I really and truly hope that people are really waking up and seeing what's really going on. I more or less have given up in Maryland. We're a deep blue state, and the Democrats control everything from the state house to local government. Montgomery County, Prince George's County are one of the 2 worst counties in the state with all this liberal stuff going on. And unfortunately, I have to more or less keep my mouth shut when the neighbors come to visit me. Really can't say that much. One neighbor, when she saw my Trump mugs in the china closet, she refuses to have anything to do with me now.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyhow, I'll be going for some major medical procedures in October, so I'll be out of commission for a while. But I really enjoy your show. I really enjoy hearing Dingbat, and I am so glad that Brain Dead made me an honorary truck driver.
There you go.
He says, "You're not driving my rig, that's for damn sure."
No doubt.
So anyway, that's all I have to say for today, Steve.
All right, Blind Man, good to hear from you. I just have a sneaky suspicion, if you might make a wrong turn if you were behind the wheel. The Blind Man is... how about... it's been a while since we've heard anything out of this guy, but former Florida Governor Jeb Bush actually commended President Trump for his decision to strike the nuclear facilities over the weekend. He posted Sunday on X, stating President Trump's decision to neutralize Iran's regime's nuclear program is a watershed moment. It reasserts U.S. strength, restores deterrence, and sends an unmistakable message to rogue regimes. The era of impunity is over. Trump actually responded to that post. There's not a whole lot of love lost between these two, but he did come out and say, thank you to Jeb Bush. Very much appreciated. Of course, they had run against each other back there for the nomination in 2016. Bush, who is chairman of the nonprofit, well, there you go, United Against Nuclear Iran. I've never even heard of that. Also said in an accompanying statement, this evening, President Donald J. Trump made a historic, consequential decision authorizing the destruction of Fordow fuel enrichment plant and sites at Natanz and Esfahan. We applaud President Trump and the United States for this decision, one of the most important in the 21st century. Every president since Bill Clinton has pledged that Iran's regime cannot have a nuclear weapon. The Trump doctrine held that either Iran would dismantle its nuclear program peacefully or the U.S. and Israel would dismantle it for them. And, of course, President Trump made good on that pledge. It was an act of courage, clarity, and historical necessity. All right, there you go. One Jeb Bush. Final hour ahead. Jump on board at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says he did not discuss a ceasefire when he spoke with Ukrainian President Zelensky at the NATO summit as they work towards ending that war.
Vladimir Putin has been more difficult. Frankly, I had some problems with Zelensky. You may have read about him. And it's been more difficult than other wars.
Whilst Trump says he's going to be speaking with Russian President Vladimir Putin soon, the president said he had a nice conversation with Zelensky and believes the Ukrainian leader wants the war to end. Iran is threatening to close the Strait of Hormuz in response to the U.S. airstrikes that took out their nuclear facilities. That's a key oil shipping route, but so far the price on the global market has stayed steady.
With the U.S. being such a large producer of oil, the impacts of a disruption over there are certainly not what it would have been, 25 years ago.
Bruce Bullock heads the McGuire Energy Institute at Southern Methodist University and says if the Strait of Hormuz was to actually close, there would be an impact on oil prices around the globe. 20% of the world's oil and gas pass through that waterway. The site of the worst commercial nuclear accident in U.S. history will be roaring back to life soon. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro toured the last working reactor at 3 Mile Island near Harrisburg on Wednesday.
Folks shouldn't sleep on nuclear. They should be aware of the important clean role it plays in our energy portfolio.
The reactor at 3 Mile Island will soon start generating power for Microsoft under a 20-year agreement. Back in 1979, a partial meltdown of the Unit 2 reactor core caused national panic. 3 Mile Island has now been renamed the Crane Power Plant. Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 106 points. The S&P 500 fell by less than a point. The Nasdaq gained 61 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Georgia Congressman Buddy Carter nominated President Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize.
The president's nomination comes after his role in brokering this week's ceasefire agreement between Iran and Israel. Congressman Carter said he wrote a letter to the Norwegian Nobel Committee Tuesday to formally nominate Trump for the coveted prize. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
President Trump signaled that China is being given the green light to buy oil from Iran.
President Trump, in a post on Truth Social following the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Iran, said that China can now continue to purchase oil from Iran, but he added that hopefully they will be purchasing plenty from the US too. The White House says this isn't a change in its sanctions policy, but it's a reference to the oil flows continuing through the Strait of Hormuz route, which had been threatened with closure following the US strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities over the weekend. Rebecca Bundin, Hong Kong.
The 40th edition of the iconic Air Jordan shoe will release next month.
You sure it's not the shoes?
I'm sure, Mars.
What about the shoes?
No, Mars.
Money, it's gotta be the shoes.
Jordan Brand unveiled the next edition of Michael Jordan's signature line on Wednesday. The shoe's design takes inspiration from some of the line's most popular models, including the Air Jordan 3 and Air Jordan 5. The first colorway of the Air Jordan 40 will go on sale July 12th for $200. A total of 9 unique colorways will be released released over the coming year. I'm Matt Mattinson.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Here we go. One more time around, final hour. And right on cue, good morning to Truck and Phil, who says, happy Truckin' Thursday, coffee up, good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Starting off at 73, and another warm one, 92 Fort Wayne today. 67 warm into 86. In Newaygo, Michigan. Here we go. Fort Wayne to Newaygo and back again. Have a great day, everyone. It's almost Friday. We'll say roll on to the Knuckle Buster. And as always, Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. And good morning to the Grump. What's happening?
Oh, just finally getting wound down for the night. I had to make a delivery tonight. That turned out to be a damn night. I had two pallets. Cost $200 to get 2 pallets off his trailer.
Wow.
Just amazing, and people can't figure out why in the hell grocery prices are so high. It's not, these people are just sticking it to the truck driver. I mean, trucking companies, but hell, they keep paying it. So, I know I'm not going to unload it, and I don't pay for it. All I got to do is just, I get reimbursed for everything, so I don't care what they do with it. Was it Pappy said something about he wished we'd just pull out of NATO? Was that him that was on there talking about that earlier?
I'm not sure if he meant. I don't know if he meant NATO or the United Nations. I thought he said NATO though.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought he said NATO too, because they're trying to get percentage up. And, one of the things about NATO is it's just not, it's not that we just are in alliance with these other countries. And, that's secondary. The first part of it is us being a part of NATO allows us to be, within close proximity of the enemies that we have, such as, look at, how close we are to, we got base there in Poland now, how close we are to Russia. During the Soviet Union, it was just a must that we had to have NATO, and had to have, be stationed around there. But, if you look at ICBMs and things like that, we've dialed them back so damn much. That's the last thing we want is a nuclear war. And when you look at the B-2, how it took 18 hours to get over to Iran, it would take about about 14 hours probably to get to Russia and places in Russia. And so when you look at that, where any base in Europe, in the European theater there, we can touch Russia in just a matter of minutes. So, and they know that, and that's one of the deterrent forces that, keeps them from jumping on a NATO member, is the simple fact that, that Article 5, which is an attack on one is an attack on all. But like I said, it's not just that alliance. It's also the fact that we're paying money to be a part of that alliance, and that money gets us to close proximity. We got bases all over the place over there, and it's just we got, I'd say 2/3 of our aircraft, in that area. Hell, about every one of them can, touch Russia without batting an eye. So, and Russia knows it. That's one of the things that keeps us, in check, or keeps them in check. But this May race, my God, that guy, he's one of the 12, what they call the 12ers. He's that's part of the, they believe in the 12 imams, and he's that group of Muslims that believe in that as a Shia, and they believe in Sharia law. They believe in all kinds of crap. I mean, it's amazing that people's eyes are getting so big, at something like that, when, especially this young bunch of dumbasses that, that really has not been wrapped on the beak and straightened up in their life and said, hey, start supporting yourself. They look at this and they listen to all the candy that this guy's wanting to hand out, the stores and things, but they don't pay any attention to what kind of food that they put on the shelves in those stores. It's going to be what a damn government, official would want, so, and everything else, the free babysitting. Who in the hell does, in their right mind, thinks that they're going to get that paid for, and that, that's something I've always, we took care of our kid, hell, you've had to take care of yours. Everybody, takes care of theirs. That's responsible. People that shoots out babies like they're a damn factory, and then all of a sudden says, well, I need somebody to help take care of my kids, because I can't afford to. Well, you should have thought about that a long time ago, before they started having kids. But they don't, and and I ain't cracking on anybody like that. I'm just saying it's just a damn shame that this country's come to that, where you got people right now that is trying to give away others, tax dollars and the hard work that they do to get a damn vote, and that's all it is. That's all it is. So, but it's and I listened to Trump, and everything on when he was talking about the airstrikes and stuff, how they hit Iran, and they're going to have to do something. I mean, they're going to have to start. This freedom of the press is fine, but the press needs to be held accountable. And if you're not printing or talking about credible information and everything that they were talking about, the pictures and everything, there was nothing credible about any of that crap. In today's modern society and technology and everything else, you don't know what the hell is photoshopped and what isn't. And we still have to rely on actionable information that we get off the ground. People that's on the ground that's looking at this stuff and that's saying this is what's going on. If it set Iran back 5 years, then in 5 years let's hit them again. As far as I'm concerned, I'll listen to that goofy dingbat damn Jasmine Crockett. Did you hear her comment? He didn't ask me. She talks like she's a foul-mouthed Cosby kid, number one. And I can't believe that people vote for idiots like that. AOC's another one. I mean, my God, you scratch your head going, and the world is seeing this kind of representation that we have in Washington right here. And it's about what all they can stir up, Hakeem Jeffries and that loud mouth of his, and Bernie Sanders. I listened to him a little bit, the other day when he was, on Joe Rogan, and he was a stammering fool. He just needs to take his old ass back to wherever he come from and crawl in his rocking chair and be done with it for a while. But it's I think when you look at this mayor's race right now, believe it or not, when you got so many people that's going to be running as independents, I believe there's 4 that'll probably be running as independents. But Adams, he's out. He's got a 20% approval rating. So it would take something for people to look at what's running and saying, well, maybe we're to stick with him, but I don't think that's going to happen. And usually when, whoever wins the primary in New York City, whatever Democrat, wins the primary, they normally, win the election. That's been, widely reported there, usually with about over 70% of the vote. So, is that really the road that this country is ready to go down, with some, Muslim, that could give a rat's ass less about our Constitution? I doubt very seriously, Steve, whether he would even raise his hand, to uphold and defend the Constitution. And, his idea of a free and just society is to hand out everything that he can, to attack the rich, and he's got all these big dreams, but he has absolutely, a mayor has absolutely no political clout to do a damn thing without the government, backing it up. And I think, before it was over, Pam, if he did get in there in January, I think Pam Bondi would have, plenty of bullets to, haul his ass in on, for whatever reasons, but, for failure to comply with, the immigration orders and things like that. So we're in kind of a quagmire right now with all this crap, if you look at it, and how much of this is going to spread throughout the rest of the United States, and with fuel prices, they're coming down a little bit right now. They were peaking, and I don't know. I think it was more. It put a lot more people at ease, with the fact that those nuclear sites got hit than basically tension, and causing chaos on the markets. I think it was more of a relaxing state, because nothing will mess up markets more than instability, among a country or when they're threatening and doing this. Now the dumbasses over here threatening to shut down the Straits of Hormuz, which would be a mistake. I mean, they would just go ahead and it's like look at how China was, when they during the first Trump administration, they started that crap over there about the South China Sea and getting around the man-made islands that they have and stuff like that they're claiming those waters. And what did Trump do? He sent a whole damn battle group right past them. Within a couple of miles of them, and told them they're in international waters, so just shut up or whatever. But it's going to be some trying times, brother. I ain't kidding you. Coming up here, they're going to test. I think if he can get Ukraine and Russia apart, we might see some things happening where it's going to be, the world's going to be quietening down just a little bit more. But getting them two idiots to agree on anything. But it was a little shocking to see Zelensky having a suit on. I mean, I didn't think he owned a suit. If he did, it would have been one of them tuxedo-looking T-shirts, that's got the tie and all that on it. But yeah, but he did have a suit on, so that was a plus. But no, it's. I was just listening to, I think it was Pappy on there was talking about the NATO stuff, and that was one thing that I wanted to comment on was how, vital it is for us to have a first strike. Well, pretty much a first strike capability. If something was to happen there, and it happens better when we're right up on top of it. Everything that we got in our arsenal, here in the United States can reach out and touch somebody, from the B-2s to the ICBMs, or, even if they had conventional weapons on there. But, it's still a plus that we're right there in their backyard, and that keeps, I think that keeps the world a little bit safer, But did you happen to catch a glimpse of that damn asteroid or whatever, that comet that I guess is floating through space right now that they picked up? they had an article I was reading about it. That damn thing's 85 miles wide.
Wow.
And they figure, they're watching it, and they figure when it gets closer to the sun that it's going to be blowing off a bunch of this, carbon dioxide and everything else. It's going to heat up and do a lot of separating and stuff. But 85 miles wide, man, that would be a life killer right there for nothing would survive. I don't even think bacteria could survive, if that damn thing was to hit the earth. And it's kind of a scary thought, buddy, that we really don't have the capability right now to do anything about it if something was coming into the, other than try to hit it with a missile or something like that. But, like I said, it happened once before, it'll happen again, and just to think that we have absolutely hardly a budget available to monitor the skies, and stuff and see what's out there, and coming this way, it's just, I don't know, it's kind of a scary thought, but I tell you, it's
85 miles wide. That would leave a big dent, wouldn't it? You think? All right, it is 844-844-3388.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Good morning to the right-wing nut.
Yes, right-wing nut, yeah. Well, I got my pup tent ready. You got any camping grounds over there at the compound for next Wednesday through next Monday?
Wednesday through Monday?
That's going to be a good party. Yeah, he said you're going to be off on Wednesday to get everything set up for the wrestling matches and the 4th of July shindig you're going to have over there. So, I don't need much. I got a pup tent. You got a bush over there. I just go behind there and do my business in the morning. Anyways, hey, what was that old, that 22-year-old idiot that went driving into a construction site thinking it was a highway? What was that guy's name?
Oh, yeah. Abuk? Something like that.
Gesundheit. Oh, that's funny. Oh, lordy. Well, I think the Republican candidate for governor, but mayor of New York City, what the hell's his name? He's the one that founded Hell's Angels.
Guardian Angels.
No, that ain't right.
Guardian
Hell's
Angels.
Guardian, yeah. Yeah. So I think he's probably the only one there that's got common sense, but ain't too damn many New Yorkers out there got common sense. And that's just a city. That's not talking about the mothers on the western side of New York. And those people there, they got common sense. It's just, they just get outvoted every time by those people there in the city and there on Long Island.
Yep.
So, anyways. Oh, what else is going on there? I see here. 85-mile-long comet. Yeah, that would do some damage. That's for sure. I'd like to see it hit something else, but it ought to be a real big surprise there. So yesterday was day one of the English language proficiency. I wonder how many drivers got put out of service yesterday. They probably won't come out with the numbers till later on today, but you ever notice on some of these trucks, they've got a language you can't even comprehend, couldn't even think about reading. And it's in that Maui, whatever Hindu language it is. And it's all over the back of those trailers. And consequently, all them trailers have an eagle with a flag on there. And it's like, hey, you ain't more American than I am. You can't speak it English, then you ain't more American. And what's that? On the Iranian flag, they got something right there in the middle of it. Look, kind of looks like a weird looking. I don't know if it's supposed to be a snake's head or something or what, but them damn cigars. You know, there's a lot of drivers out there from that part in the world, and it looks like they got that same damn design on top of their air dam. Yeah, you ever see those too?
I've seen those a time or two, yes.
Yeah. I mean, are they advertising that they're our enemy or what? You know, if ever going to have English language proficiency, we need to find out just what's going on with these kind of people. And them other ones, they got that, that weird language on the back of their trailer. They're always talking about, you know, we're just as American as you are. Well, the hell, if you are, then why don't you put your stuff down in English so everybody can read that? I think that ought to be a red flag for those DOT officers out there. And yeah, I'd just be kind of interested in seeing on how many of them foreign people that don't speak English, how many of them been put out. I mean, hell, we got enough folks out here that can't speak English. And they say it's English, but it's kind of all messed up, you know, like those Yankees up there. They got a different pronunciation for everything.
Yeah.
It's not a tomato to them; it's a tomato.
You know, the right wing nut, for instance.
Well, you know, I'm pretty proficient at the English language myself, so you know. But anyways, I figure I'd get in and get my 2 cents in there. And hey, you gonna have free parking or paid parking over there at your party?
Parking's
I'll
gonna
go ahead and hang up and listen. To
parking's gonna be at the Walmart. It's 844-844-3388. All right, news update just ahead here. Who else we got? So this, I guess this comet that Grump was mentioning a few minutes ago, it was discovered a number of years ago, but I guess they've now just been able to use some of the modern technology and get more of an up-close look at it using some radio telescope out of Chile. The Tecuma Large Millimeter Sub-Millimeter Array Radio Telescope. And that's, I guess they've made new discoveries about it. 85 miles wide across, more than 10 times the size of any known comet, they say.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The devastating U.S. strike on Fordo destroyed the site's critical infrastructure.
President Trump says he believes the conflict between Iran and Israel is over.
It was a 12-day war, and we think it's over. I don't think they're going to be going back at each other. I don't think so.
While speaking at the NATO summit in the Netherlands today, Trump says both nations were tired of the fighting and added he thinks the war ended when the U.S. carried out strikes on Iran. The president says he believes Iran is done trying to create nuclear weapons, and the U.S. could have taken over Iran's oil supply, but he says the country will need the money to get back on its feet.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average fell by 106 points. The S&P 500 fell by less than a point. The Nasdaq gained 61 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Alrighty, picking up where we left off there. The groundbreaking discovery made about the largest comet ever observed, hurtling toward the sun from the Oort cloud in the outer reaches of our solar system. Astronomers recently got a close-up look at the comet known as C-2014 UN 271. So I guess it was discovered here about 11 years ago, right? Yeah, flying through deep space. The icy giant, 85 miles across. The NRAO reported that astronomers found that new observations from the comet showing jets of carbon monoxide gas erupting from the comet's solid icy core. Using the radio telescope array, they found the comet in deep space near Neptune, or about 17 times the distance between the Earth and the Sun. Using the high sensitivity and resolution, researchers were able to focus on the carbon monoxide and the heat being emitted from the comet. According to the NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, who was the lead author of the study, discussed how this gives researchers insight into the workings of this frozen rock hurtling through space. These measurements give us a look at how this enormous icy world works. We're seeing explosive outgassing patterns that raise new questions about how this comet will evolve as it continues its journey toward the inner solar system. Using previous observations along with these newest findings, they were able to measure the comet. They measured the thermal signal to find the size and the amount of dust surrounding its core. Now, they believe as it gets closer to the sun, they will see more frozen gas begin to vaporize off this titan of a comet. This could give researchers more information about the primitive makeup of this icy giant. They hope it'll give them better understanding about the makeup of the solar system. That's pretty wild. Hey, good morning, Plowboy.
Well, good morning, Steve. I had something else to do, but just think about this. Go from your Cincinnati loop of 275 to the Columbus loop of 270, 85 miles, give or take a mile.
Mm-hmm.
That's a hell of a damn hit.
You're not kidding.
All the wipeout in between.
Right.
That Wilmington would be gone off the map, off the chart. Wow. And I know for one thing, if it would have hit us, hell, what would it do to ours? Hell, it's probably even knocked the world off its axis.
That would be what they call an ELE, right? An extinction level event.
It could happen. We just never can know. You never can tell. But have you I was thinking about something there else the other day. Looking at something. China. Have you seen it? That great wall that they built over there is adjusting the daytime by I forget how many seconds, because of just the way they built that thing up and the weight of it. And I mean, what's going on? Yeah. Hell, we may not even have to worry about getting nuked. Something else could happen before then, but I could not imagine low energy Bush saying that about President Trump. I could not imagine that. And President Trump's reply back is just, well, I guess we dropped everything and okay, finally we got something in common, but
not
how many damn times are we going to change that Bristol? Go ahead.
Not often either one of them are going to throw any sort of compliment at either one. And so that was, I guess that was a nice way for the president to respond.
Sure enough. With him up for this prize over there, I think it's going to be something that will never be done again, especially on this type of a scale. What Dum Dum got one for damn near doing nothing? On the lighter side, Steve, how many damn times are they going to redo Bristol? Is this not the third time? Did we not have a football game down there like in 2016?
Yeah, I mean, all the work they're having to do. Literally just changing. I mean, just tearing down buildings in the infield, only to rebuild them once the ball game is over. That is pretty crazy.
I wonder what side the ticket's paying for. Is MLB going to pay for it, or is the track paying for it, or
I have no idea.
All this money coming up from? Wow, hell, by the time they get done, they can be probably money ahead, but they just put a big dirt field beside the darn thing and make it a football field, a dirt track, whatever the heck, and leave the track intact. But I don't know. That's about all I got, sir. Oh, now, Steve, we forgot to tell you, the parking over there, we got that dedicated to the guy that knows everything about parking. Blind man will be in charge of the parking.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he's going to be directing the traffic there. So everything will be fine there. All right, Plowboy, good to have you with us. Have a good morning. I did not even realize, you learn something every day. Did you know Intel actually had an automotive business? Yeah, the Intel that's powering most of our computers, look at your powered by Intel. Intel announcing they're going to wind down their automotive business, leading to layoffs for most employees in that segment. The embattled tech giant recently announced a massive layoff of factory employees, and they're not out of the woods yet. Oregon Live reports that Intel has decided to shut down the automotive side and lay off the majority of workers. Yeah, this is the latest step in the dramatic downsizing announced to employees Tuesday morning. According to the message viewed by Oregon Live, the company stated, quote, Intel plans to wind down the Intel architecture automotive business. They assured it would fulfill existing commitments to customers, but will lay off most employees working in Intel's automotive group. In a written statement to Oregon Live, they explained, as we've said previously, we're refocusing our core client and data center portfolio to strengthen our product offerings and meet the needs of customers. As part of this work, we've decided to wind down the automotive business with our current computing group. We commit to ensure a smooth transition for customers. While automotive technology is not one of Intel's major businesses, and the company does not report the segment's revenue or even employment numbers, Intel boasts online that 50 million vehicles use their processors. They claim that their chips can help enable electric vehicles, provide information to drivers, optimize vehicles' performance. So I guess the Intel Automotive Group, this is the stuff that's probably in most of our cars, right? All the newfangled dash and computer and cameras and things of that nature. So I get it. Intel owns a majority stake in the Israeli company known as Mobileye that develops technology for self-driving cars. It appears the closure of Intel's automotive group will not directly affect Mobileye's operations. They say this decision to shut down the auto business right on the heels of the warnings from the new chief executive officer in April, who had cautioned employees of several months of layoffs in response to falling sales and a bleak revenue outlook. He hasn't publicly divulged a strategy for reviving Intel, nor has he given any media interviews since being hired in March, but has indicated he hopes a smaller, more efficient company could be more innovative. Intel, as reported earlier this month, is making a massive cut, up to 20% of its factory workers. Intel is the world's largest chip maker, gearing up for a significant reduction in the workforce. That announcement made by the manufacturing vice president in a memo to employees on Saturday underscores the company's need to address affordability challenge and their current financial position. So these layoffs, slated to take place primarily next month, in the month of July, will impact factories, they say, around the world, with Oregon, the heart of the company's manufacturing operation. They face possibly the most significant effects. Intel actually employs some 20,000 people there in the state of Oregon, more than any other business in that state. That is pretty big news.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, rolling into a brand new day. You're trying to be more like Spaceman on a daily basis, huh? Morning, Horse Feathers.
Apparently. Morning, Your Honor. And thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I heard Blind Man a while back. We'll have to get connected with him there to see about that CBN there in Baltimore and see if we can get something on besides the George Norrie show or something in Baltimore. But, you know, these socialists we got here, they don't want to hear any of this stuff. I mean, we're trying to get through here under the radar without getting in trouble for this Pride Month thing we got going on. I don't know. I put my Charlie Pride flag up there and been playing old-time country music, and somebody said that's not what it meant. I'm like, what do you mean? I've been doing it for like 25 days there. I thought it was all about Charlie Pride, but I don't know. Anyways, so did you realize that Blind Man there, he actually got his CDL from the Ray Charles School of Driving?
That sounds about right, yeah. Yeah,
exactly. So, yep. So he's absolutely certifiable. And anyways, so what do you think in New York there? You think they're going to go to socialism? You think the Big Apple is going to be all socialized by the time they get done here with this next election?
We could hope and pray they don't, but I mean, I wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah. Well, you got to realize that, you know, this guy that's a socialist there, he's the young Democrat, and he's all about the internet and getting the young vote. And there is a lot of young people in New York, and not of them have a lot of good sense of direction. You know, have been given a good sense of direction and everything. So, I mean, it doesn't take much to get a band leader out there and, you know, start getting the followers. So, I mean, even President Trump used the younger generation there, you know. Yeah, had a slip of the mind right now. Barron, look at the influence Barron had over the young voters with the internet, you know, back in the presidential election for President Trump.
Yep.
So we definitely, the Republicans need to get going and not sit back on their laurels and think that, you know, they can just run a normal election. We gotta start getting into the 21st century here and all that. So, anyways, talked a little bit earlier. I heard you talking about the package and strategic, you know, maneuver of getting the ordinances to Iran and everything, and you know what they accomplished. Did you get the chance to see what Captain Steve had to say about that, and how he broke down how the whole operation went?
I got the email, I got the link. I haven't had time to view it yet, but I'll do that. But how did he break it down? Is it a good explanation?
He did it in his normal fashion, and it's very understandable. And you know, he used references and you know, a lot of showing of, you know, how the operation worked. So I mean, he didn't divulge anything any more than what anybody already knew, but he did break it down and give everybody a good basic idea of how the whole operation worked.
Okay.
So it's a pretty good watch if you get a chance to see it. Anyways, so you were saying something about this comet coming here. Did you say it's emitting carbon monoxide or carbon dioxide?
Carbon monoxide is what it said. Carbon with an M, monoxide.
Yeah, monoxide. So is that going to lead to galaxy warming? I mean, we have all the carbon monoxide problem on this planet. Now, if we're emitting all this carbon monoxide out in the galaxy, do we have to do something to prevent the galaxy from warming? Just asking, Your Honor. And I don't know. Where else can we go tonight? there's not much time left here. Yeah, California. So, well, anyways, Bristol, real quick. Plowboy wanted to know who was going to pay.
Yes.
Who do you think is going to pay for that? It's either going to be the people coming in buying the tickets, or it's going to be the citizens in the area that pay well, it might even be federal, but it's going to be the taxpayers. The taxpayers are going to pay for it. They're going to get subsidized somehow for it, and that's like what California's figuring is going to happen, because when they get all their electric cars out there and nobody buys gas to pay the gas tax to fix the roads, where's their income going to come from to fix the roads? I think they want to be subsidized for it, and of course that's what Cuomo wants with the $30 an hour, minimum wage, is when nobody can afford to buy anything and have a job. They don't have jobs, and then the government will just subsidize it. They'll just throw money at it. Government can throw money at it.
Yeah, we'll get
government has lots of money.
I did a quick search here. I did a quick search, and I said ticket prices for Reds versus Braves Bristol. According to this, it said tickets start at $85, but according to SportingNews.com, prices can range up to $4,924.
You want to know something, Your Honor?
Yeah.
I ain't going. One last thing there. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm guessing the $85 is going to be kind of like what would you call the nosebleed, way up high in the stadium there. And I've never been to Bristol to see how high up things are, but when they say it's like a big bowl.
Well, you might still be out in the parking lot. It might be, standing room out in the parking lot.
Yeah.
But when they get done, if they want to leave the open there, they could have their Saturday night dirt track special, little midget track on the inside, or maybe the NTPA could go in there and do some tractor and truck pulling, and maybe the monster trucks could go in there and do a monster jam if they leave it all dirt in the middle.
Yeah.
But anyways, I guess other than that, the only last thing I got for you is, I guess out there in Ohio, you can save $5. What was it? A 24-pack on Miller Lite at Sheetz. I think if you get a Sheetz card out there, you can save $5. I think 24 cans. So maybe you want to see if you can get down there to one of them Sheetz stations if you got one.
I don't think I've ever seen a Sheetz store. I've never seen one around here.
All right. Well, they're supposed to be in Ohio, and you're $5 off on the Miller Lite. So maybe just check it out, see if you can find one, or maybe tell them to put one up. It only takes them about 2 weeks from when they start digging a hole in the ground to when it's fully operational. I think they build Sheetz faster than they build Buc-ee's. Like wait, we don't say that name on this radio.
Right.
We don't associate with them. Sorry. All right, Your Honor. Before I get us in any more trouble, you better get us out of here.
All right, we'll close her down, and hey, but when we come back, it's going to be a, what do you call it? Casual Friday? Yeah, which does not mean you drive naked, right? Yeah, I did a little further look in here, and I guess you can get tickets starting at like $57 through Vivid Seats, the website for the Reds and the Braves. Yeah, $56 to well over $600, and I don't know, what's a $4,000 seat going to be? Luxury box with all the accommodations, right? It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.